JMU Athletics and the JMU Alumni Association are teaming up to bring you this free madiZONE HD SportsNet feature presentation. From Harrisonburg, Virginia, the campus of James Madison University, welcome to NCAA football. Today, the hometown fans will get their first up-close look at the JMU Dukes under first-year head coach Everett Withers. And the resistance will be provided by the Red Flash of St. Francis from the NEC. Today's game on madiZONE is being presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association, Blue Ridge Power Sports, the JMU Adult Degree Program, CarMax, the JMU Bookstore, Comcast SportsNet, Wells Fargo, Delta Dental, Virginia Lottery, the JMU Duke Club, Virginia 529, the JMU Graduate School, Virginia Business Systems, Intellos Wireless, Virginia Blood Services, Quaker Steak and Lube, University Outpost, Papa John's, Shenandoah Valley Regional Airport, Pepsi, and Residence Inn. Hello everyone, I'm Kurt Dudley and we're joined here in the broadcast booth in 2014 by Joe Kirkendall, and we'll be joined today on the side of the field by Gabby Smith and Autumn Morowitz. Well, the JMU Dukes are 1-1 and they will have their first home game today. They began 2 weeks ago, the Everett Withers era, with a loss to an FBS opponent though, and that of course was the Maryland Terrapins. But last week, the Dukes, they had a 31-28 win over Lehigh, a game in which they trailed at intermission 21-10, Joe. But then in that second half, we may have seen the tip of the iceberg of what Coach Everett Withers wants, particularly out of this offensive unit.
Yeah, definitely a different offensive look from what we saw last year. High potent, high power. In fact, they had 2 drives, one of 98 yards and one of 99 yards. Both were 3 minutes or less in possession time. And to say how quick that offense is going down the field is not an understatement. And it's not just a high-powered passing offense either. There's a lot of running plays mixed in. In fact, in both games in the Maryland and Lehigh, they ran more running plays than passing plays. So expect to see that high-powered offense, quick offense, right back up to the line and get to the next play today.
The Red Flash of St. Francis also comes in at 1-1. They lost in a high-octane game to Fordham, the preseason favorites of the Patriot League, a couple of weeks ago. Then last week, knocked off Clarion 27-13. And Joe, this team, it starts with the running game for Coach Chris Valerial, who was an offensive lineman, in fact, an NFL All-Pro before he came to coach this team from Loretto, Pennsylvania.
Yes, it all starts with Kahari Dixon, their leading running back right there. He has 392 yards on the season so far rushing, which is leading the NCAA all the way from FBS to Division III. He has 4 touchdowns on the season, and he is just a running force. He was FCS running back of the week in week 1 with 244 yards against Fordham. And in last year's game here at Bridgeport Stadium, he only had 20 yards because he was a secondary running back, but expect him to get the ball a lot more this year because of how much he's made a difference so far in just 2 games this season.
I think we'll say his name quite often here today. It's the Dukes and St. Francis. Before we get to more of today's ball game, let's take you back, send you to Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. That's where the Dukes knocked off the Mountain Hawks last Saturday. On to Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, and sophomore Khalid Abdullah sets the tone with this hard run that goes for 14 yards as the Dukes face non-conference foe Lehigh. Sophomore Rashard Davis takes this shovel toss from Bad Lee, races around the left end and down the field for a 76-yard score that gives the Dukes a 10-7 lead in the first quarter. Senior Dean Marlowe steps in and breaks up this pass. Early in the second quarter, the Mountain Hawks miss on a 41-yard field goal attempt, leaving the score 14-10 in favor of Lehigh. On the next play, Abdullah breaks free for the longest run of his career, going 46 yards to the Lehigh 30. Redshirt senior DeJure Simmons goes 24 yards late in the second quarter with this catch and run. This pass to Ishmael Hyman was ruled out of the back of the end zone, although other unofficial evidence showed otherwise. The Duke special teams had excellent coverage to start the second half, hemming in Lehigh at its own 10-yard line. And the Dukes made several defensive adjustments at halftime. Here it's Rakeem Stallings with the tackle. One of the numerous big plays on the day came when Lee connected with DeAndre Smith 46 yards down to the Lehigh 9. From there, freshman John Miller bangs his way into the end zone for the second time this season. Redshirt senior Jawan Latney cuts back up against the grain with Daniel Brown providing blocking downfield. Rashard Davis wins this battle for a 35-yard scoring pass from Lee, his second TD pass of the afternoon, giving the Dukes a 24-21 advantage late in the third quarter. More John Miller yardage. The freshman totaled 106 yards and was named the CAA Rookie of the Week. Latney gets the call again, coming off the bench for 60 yards on 6 carries, his best total since 2011. Latney from Fredericksburg, Virginia, bowls his way in for his third career touchdown. Jimmy Moreland comes off the edge to block the potential game-tying field goal with 51 seconds left to play. We see it again, and it's scooped up by Dean Marlowe to secure the 31-28 victory. The Dukes over Lehigh.
We invite you to join the marching Royal Dukes in JMU's favorite anthem. Start wearing purple.
Well, welcome back as we're set for today's ball game. The Dukes and the Red Flash of St. Francis. We'll talk more about the game, but let's watch the marching Royal Dukes here for a moment and start wearing purple. Purple here at James Madison University, the Dukes and St. Francis. The Dukes have 3 captains working with them this year. Sage Harold, a senior from Virginia Beach, Virginia, the newcomer and the starting quarterback for the Dukes, Bad Lee, a redshirt junior out of Durham, North Carolina. And the other, well, he's been around for a few years, a redshirt senior, and he's from Queens, New York, Dean Marlowe. And our own Autumn Morowitz caught up with Dean earlier this week.
Hi, I'm Autumn Morowitz here with Dean Marlowe. Dean, this is your 5th season at JMU, your first under head coach Everett Withers and defensive coordinator Staley. What do you see as big changes so far this season?
I see that we're more of a family-orientated type of team now, and we have a lot of structure with our team. Our coaches put us in great positions to be successful, and I think they do a great job at that.
A little less than half of the team is new to the JMU program this season. How do you think that affects your role as a team captain?
I mean, it's a lot of pressure on me, but, you know, I like the pressure because it puts me outside of my comfort zone. So, I mean, to be successful, you got to have that. And, you know, it's a great experience to know that I push others and I also push myself as, you know, at the same level. So, I actually like it.
What are your personal goals for your senior season here at JMU?
My personal goal, I would say, is to be the best teammate that I can be and, you know, teach a lot of the young guys things that I didn't learn as being a freshman. So that's number one. And, you know, everything else personally, I just want to keep doing what I've been doing for the past 4 years and just keep enhancing my game.
Where do you see yourself going after this season when you graduate in December?
December graduation, you know, I want to graduate first, get a diploma, and, you know, hopefully I have a great season and it leads to future endeavors in football, so that would be great.
I'm Autumn Marowitz for madiZONE HD SportsNet and JMView.
Hey, Duke Dog. Are you prank calling UD the Blue Hen again? Oh, you're trying to use the JMU Dukes app you downloaded last year from iTunes. Silly pup, that doesn't work anymore. JMU has a new dynamic, mobile-friendly website. Just open your browser and go to jmusports.com and everything's right there. Tap the word menu in the gold bar to navigate the site. In Safari, you can even tap your share button and press Add to Home Screen to create a one-click web app directly from your home menu screen. Isn't that much easier than the old way, Duke Dog? I guess you can teach an old dog new tricks after all.
See there, Nikki Newman is more talented than just being a mere basketball player. Is Nikki still hanging out with us this year? She got Duke Dog straight yesterday with some of the changes on the mobile aspects of JMU athletics. Well, the Duke's about ready to come out, and you see them holding them back there. That's Aaron Burkhart, the Duke strength and conditioning coach, holding back the Dukes as they come out of the locker room here this afternoon. This will be the third meeting between these two programs. All three will take place right here. 2 years ago, the Dukes with a 55-7 win. Last year, as Everett Withers leads his team onto the field for the first time in his career. Last year, the Dukes had to come from behind for a 24-20 win. And in that game a year ago, Terrell Smith caught the first pass of the ball game and raced 70-plus yards into the end zone. The Dukes found themselves down early, and they were down at halftime. They had to come back to win that game here a year ago. I'm sure that Coach Withers definitely has used that as some of the fodder to prepare for this game, although as he has talked to us many times, that his concentration is certainly on the Dukes themselves and not so much what the opposition will bring, although they certainly do anticipate this team to run the football. Well, while the smoke does clear here at Bridgeport Stadium, we're going to turn it over to Joe for a look at today's starting lineups. Joseph.
Starting with the Dukes offense, starting at left tackle, the redshirt senior 6'6", 316-pound Nick Appel. Starting at left guard is the 6'6", 305-pound redshirt senior Austin Lane. Starting at center, the redshirt senior 6'3", 290-pound Matt Williams. Right guard, redshirt senior 6'1", 283-pound Josh Hogan. Right tackle, Mitchell Kirsch. And tight end, redshirt junior 6'1", 235-pound Dean Cheatham. In the backfield, at quarterback, of course, a Georgia Tech transfer, redshirt junior 6'1", 225 pounds Vad Lead. Tailback, sophomore 5'10", 206-pound Khalid Abdullah. Three wide receivers for the Dukes today. First, redshirt senior 6 feet, 195 pounds Sean Tapley. Rashard Davis, sophomore 5'9", 180 pounds. And finally, the redshirt senior 6'5", 225 pounds Daniel Brown. On the opposite side of the ball for the defense for the Red Flash, starting at defensive end, the senior 6'3", 270 pounds Shane Morris. The 6'1", 286-pound senior Lorenzo Coscarelli, starting at nose tackle. Kaina Moose, redshirt senior 6'1", 275 pounds, starting at defensive end. Linebackers for St. Francis, redshirt junior 5'11", 210 pounds Dave Coleman. Solomon Laino, sophomore 5'11", 220 pounds. Sophomore 6 feet, 240 pounds Wesley Nagasso. And right outside linebacker, junior 6'1", 196 pounds Simo Sila. Starting in the secondary for the Red Flash, Daquan Mentor, he's a junior, 5'11", 170 pounds. Strong safety, Bishop Neal, is a senior, 5'11", 191 pounds. Free safety, Lorenzo Jerome, sophomore, 5'11", 185 pounds. And cornerback, Mike Dennis, who's a senior, 5'9", 170 pounds. Starting for the St. Francis offense at left tackle, Thurston Keno, he's a redshirt senior, 6'3", 290 pounds. Left guard, Jimmy Marks, who's a sophomore, 6'2", 275 pounds. Starting at center, the redshirt senior, 6'2", 278 pounds, Brandon Bunting. Bryn Kaufman will be starting at right guard tonight for the Red Flash. He's a redshirt freshman, standing tall at 6'4", 260 pounds. At right tackle, Colin Gadula, who's a redshirt senior, 6'4", 284 pounds. And at tight end for St. Francis, Cole Bush, who's a sophomore, 6'2", 230 pounds. Starting behind center for St. Francis tonight is the quarterback, Max Ward, who's a redshirt sophomore, 6'1", 206 pounds. Fullback, Anthony Bowman, who's a redshirt senior, 5'10", 233 pounds. And starting at tailback, as we talked about in the pregame show, Kahari Dixon, who's a junior, 6 feet, 182 pounds. 2 wide receivers in the starting lineup today for St. Francis. Terrell Smith, who's a redshirt junior, 6 feet, 194 pounds. And Anthony Abide, junior, 5'8", 175 pounds. Starting defensively for the hometown Dukes tonight, defensive ends, Evans Asujo, redshirt freshman, 6'3", 270 pounds. Nose tackle, Xavier Gates, redshirt junior, 6'3", 311 pounds. Starting at defensive end for JMU is Alex Mosley, who's a redshirt junior, standing tall at 6'1", 290 pounds. 4 linebacker set for the Dukes. First, Asin Jock, redshirt junior, 6'1", 245 pounds. Kyrie Hawkins, redshirt freshman, 6 feet, 220 pounds. Rakeem Stallings, redshirt sophomore, 6'1", 223 pounds. And the senior, Sage Harold, who stands at 6'4", weighing in at 245 pounds. In the secondary for JMU, Taylor Reynolds is redshirt sophomore, standing 6 feet, 195 pounds. Jeremiah Wilson, redshirt senior, 5'10", 200 pounds. And the safeties for the Dukes, Dean Marlowe, who's a senior captain, as you saw there in the open, 6'2", 205 pounds. And Raven Green, the sophomore, 5'11", at 205 pounds.
And the Dukes will open up today's ball game with possession as Lance Giese will kick off for the Red Flash. Back to receive the deep man will be Sean Tapley. He's standing at his own 2-yard line. And then DeJure Simmons is at the 10 for the Dukes of JMU. You may recall last year Simmons took one to the house here at Bridgeport Stadium. And we're underway, the first of 5 home games here at Bridgeport this season. Tapley will take it about a couple yards deep, and he will take a knee.
And home openers are a friend to JMU. They have not lost their home opener since 2002 against Hampton. And since then, they've always won their home opener, so they're looking to continue that trend tonight.
And even in that game, they nearly came back and won. Just a bad first half that they got well behind and just could not catch up to the Hampton Pirates. Kind of upset the Dukes early that season. Well, let's see. The Dukes will come out here with their lineup as Daniel Brown will head to one side. Also in the slot is Dean Cheatham. So 3 receivers to the right in an empty backfield. And I hear a whistle right away, as will be 1st and 10 for the Dukes at the 25. They're going to put it on the near hash mark. So just adjustment with the ball placement. So again, Daniel Brown split far to the one side with trips to the right, and in motion goes Jawan Latney, who had 6 carries for 60 yards last week. And this time, Bad Lee will take the first carry of the game. He gains just about 1.5 yards for the Dukes of JMU before Casarelli makes the stop for the Red Flash. It rained here earlier today. The field should be fairly well right now. Here's the handoff. No, they're faking the handoff, and now rolling out is going to be Lee. Lee's going to keep it to himself, tries to cut to the outside, makes it up to the 25-yard line, where he is cut down there, making it a 3rd down. Actually, it's back up, to the 26. They mark it. So 3rd down and 9 now at the 26.
Some early pressure from the St. Francis defensive line, who has yet to record a sack this season.
Dukes have not come out of the chute very fast the last couple of weeks. In fact, 3 and out last week. Here's the high snap. Lee will take it. Going to make the pass out into the right side, and nice coverage there by the cornerback on the right side. Rashard Davis pulling in the pass for JMU, but far short of the first down, as Malik Duncan showed good closing speed defensively.
Duncan did a good job of just kind of corralling Davis, keeping the ball in front of him, getting to that tackle on the outside, not letting him get any farther and prevent the Dukes from getting the first down.
So the first possession for JMU will be a short one. And Gunnar Kane will come out to kick, to punt the ball away. He punted the ball beautifully last week. Didn't have to punt it as often as he did against Maryland, where he went back there 10 times, averaged just under 40. Last week he averaged at 45. Good snap. And a low kick. This is going to hit the turf and take a JMU bounce. So no return. As just 2 minutes into the ball game, St. Francis will take possession. They'll mark it at the St. Francis 22-yard line.
As we said, expect St. Francis to go to Dixon a lot here, especially early on, to establish that run game and kind of slow things down, give their defense a rest, as well as we talked about. JMU does expect to get out and running early in this ball game.
Well, we saw a lot of Max Ward last year at quarterback, but this go round looks like they're going to go with Dreher from their own 22-yard line with trips to the left. And again, Dixon in the backfield. Dreher takes the snap. Dixon the ball carrier. Looks for some room. Pops it to the outside. Pursuit by the Dukes, but nearly a first down as he comes right up to the 32-yard line. And I think that's going to be enough for the first down.
What's really impressive about Dixon so far early this season as well is he as an individual has 392 yards rushing. Well, as a team, St. Francis comes in the ball game with just 395 yards rushing. So the team as a whole has only 3 more yards than Dixon does as an individual. Kind of carries this offense.
Jimmy Moreland chased him out of bounds.
Moreland, of course, special teams player of the week after blocking the field goal that sealed the victory for the Dukes last week against Lehigh.
And it's the handoff again to Dixon as he cuts and is caught from behind on the pursuit. Dixon 2 plays, 2 carries, picks up a first down. Asen Jacques comes up to make the tackle for James Madison. A gain of 5 on the play, second down and a long 5.
Well executed draw play there for St. Francis. Dreher really pulled the JMU defense a little bit, got him moving left. Dixon pulled that ball back to his left. The defense is right.
Well, inside handoff. This time they'll have 2 backs with Dixon here to the near side. 2 receivers to the near side and a man now in motion. A little screen out here to the right. That's Abide. And nice pursuit by the Dukes. Raven Green comes in to make the tackle. Only a couple of yards gained on the play. A flag is down at the 45. As the officials talk it over, the Dukes the last couple of weeks, in each game, 9 penalties. Not as many yards assessed against the Dukes last week as 2 weeks ago. And let's see if we can pick up the call.
Team of the defense, 15-yard penalty, first down.
A 15-yard personal foul called against JMU. They called it against Jimmy Moreland after the play. So that'll provide another first down as the red flash in the JMU territory for the first time today. And off again to Dixon. Backside pursuit. Sage Harrell, one of the captains, comes in to wrap him up after a little gain. Harrell, 245-pounder out of Virginia Beach, Virginia, by way of Fork Union Military Academy. 5 sacks last year for Sage. Tied for 4th in total tackles for loss for the Dukes a year ago, despite only playing in 8 games. But he has played very well the first couple of weeks.
Had his career high 7 tackles last year against St. Francis, including 3 sacks.
Redeployment of the offense. Now bootleg to the opposite side. Pressure. And the ball is caught. That is Smith. Terrell Smith, who had the big touchdown last year, comes from the far side, drags across before Dean Marlowe gets to him to bring him down, but another red flash first down.
There's a breakdown there in the linebacking core of JMU as Titus Till was kind of seen scrambling after that play, kind of make up for his mistake. But that's what you can run really well pass plays when you've established such a good run game, and that's what Dixon provides for this team, not just running the ball himself. But
Bowman, the lead blocker. Ball is on the turf, and the Dukes pick it up. Turnover for St. Francis. The ball is loose again, and the Dukes this time scoop it up one more time as Dixon fumbled going right into the heart of that JMU defense. Aaron Peak, did he recover it? Yes, he did. There's Aaron as the Dukes with the takeaway. As Dreher, after the 20-yard pass to the JMU 26, goes right back to his bread and butter player, Dixon, and he fumbles the ball away. So JMU will take over at its own 42-yard line. Second possession for Madison.
First fumble recovered by the Dukes this season. They forced one on the season but did not get it back.
Taking the handoff. Lee will take it right up the middle. He's in a 50-yard line into St. Francis territory. as Lee picks up the first down. Bishop Neal brings him down, and the Dukes go right back to the line of scrimmage. 2nd down and 1. And the Dukes will pick up the first down. Maybe, I don't know, it's going to be really close as they go right to that line of scrimmage. Khalid Abdullah, the ball carrier for JMU. That's actually John Miller, the ball carrier. Faking the handoff. Lee will throw. He gets hit. He's got a receiver, but coming up real shy on the throw. The intended receiver was Sean Tapley.
Solomon Lane was there in pursuit on the blind side of Lee, kind of forced him into that throw and maybe hit him as he threw, causing that pass to come up just a bit short.
Mike Dennis, who had an interception last year, was there on the coverage. 2nd down and 10. Duke sent a man in motion. Handoff goes to Miller. Miller gains 3 yards, maybe 4 on the play. 2nd down. As the ball will be spotted at the 43-yard line of St. Francis. Dukes again go right back to the line of scrimmage. Miller splits to the far side. Dukes with 5 receivers ready for the pattern in the naked backfield. Here's a snap, 2-step drop, and the pass a little behind the intended receiver. That was Coble. That sets up a 4th down now and 6. This might be 4-down territory for Coach Everett Withers.
Withers talking to his punting team right there on the sideline, but it is kind of that no man's land. And bad lead coming off the field. Looks like they will end up kicking this ball away.
So Dukes will hustle on. Still 20 seconds on the play clock. So Kane will come back out to punt for the 2nd time.
Kane, a walk-on, joined the team last year. Just tried out as a kicker. Made the team.
He'll try to pooch it with Dixon back at his own 10-yard line. High punt. That's going to fall inside the 20. Dixon actually calling for the fair catch at the 10. So an excellent job by Kane as he comes rumbling off the field. He's pleased with his effort.
Much cleaner punt than the last one, too. That one had nice height and nice spin to it, whereas the first one was a little bit rattling back and forth. Great punt to pin St. Francis back and make him go 90 yards for the score.
So St. Francis, the first time with possession, moved the ball. Gained 33 yards before the turnover. Also aided by a 15-yard personal foul called against JMU. And Dukes can't make anything of their 2nd possession. We got 2 receivers to the near side, 2 tight ends, and the single back, that is Dixon. Dixon takes it, rolls to the left. We see a flag come down. And not much doing there at all for Dixon as Dean Marlowe comes up from a safety slot.
Flag kind of in that holding territory.
And the Dukes seem to be celebrating the situation. They'll mark that off halfway to the goal.
Illegal child block on number 72 and number 56. Half the distance to the goal. Replay, 1st down.
A replay of 1st down. Casarelli and Terrence Bourne teaming up on that chop block. And that'll make it 1st down and 15 back at the 6-yard line. Here's where the defense for JMU can certainly set the tone for this ball game.
A good end zone to pin St. Francis in 2 with the student section right behind there, and the Marching Royal Dukes kind of getting loud there, hoping to distract the St. Francis offense and Dreyer.
Dukes go with the number of down linemen up front. Here's Dixon trying to bounce it outside. The Dukes cover it very well, covering every gap there was. Dixon gains little, if any, on the play. Titus Till leading the charge for the Dukes.
I'm sure rush defense was a huge focus point of JMU this week in practice, as not only is because of Dixon on the other side, but so far they average allowing 286 yards on the ground per game, which isn't the best of numbers.
Raven Green comes back into the defense for the Dukes. Dukes trying to settle something here defensively. They may have too many men on the field as hustling off will one of the down linemen. That's Aaron Stinney. He hustles out. The Dukes with 4 down linemen this time. And 2 over the top defensively. Dixon again bounces it to the outside, and he collides with a couple of JMU players. There's Gage Steele. First chance this year we're capable of telling him or saying his name, as he's been out the first 2 weeks with injuries that was suffered in the preseason.
Great to see him back, as he will be a huge part, huge force in the JMU defense as the season goes on.
It's a 3rd down and 4 at the 16-yard line. Two receivers split to this side. Play is coming, influence this way, and it's caught sitting down with the first down. Is the receiver making the catch? Williamson making the catch. So another first down.
St. Francis does not throw the ball that much, as we said, but Williamson has been the biggest target so far for St. Francis this year. Number of guys have 2 catches, but he led the team in yards entering this game with 21, tied with Anthony Bowman.
4th first down of the ball game for St. Francis. Dreher goes to the air again. This time it's caught by Abid. And another first down, as he was just beyond the sticks.
2 completely different offenses here in terms of tempo. St. Francis really taking their time running that play clock down. JMU barely gives you any time to think about what you want to do next. Right it back on that line.
Dean Marlowe making the tackle for JMU, as the red flash with the ball at its own 38-yard line. 2 receivers to the near side. Dixon the lone back. Abide in motion. He'll go to the far side, joining 2 other receivers. And they have numbers out there. That ball is picked off. Picked off, and Jimmy Moreland already celebrating, heading to the end zone. Touchdown, James Madison University.
Moreland just read Dreher's eyes there, just saw that ball all the way, came in, was already running full force when he caught that ball. You just saw green light headed towards the end zone.
Jimmy Moreland's 2nd interception of his young career, and that one he takes it in for 6. Of course, he is the reigning Rookie of the Week, or Special Teams Player of the Week. The Duke's John Miller is the reigning Rookie of the Week after blocking the field goal try last week that preserved the victory for the Dukes. Here's Connor Arnone to attempt the extra point for JMU. Snap is bobbled a bit, but they still managed to get it through, as Daniel Brown recovers very well as the holder for the Dukes. So the pick 6 for Jimmy Moreland gives the Dukes a 7-0 lead here. And we're going to take a timeout here on madiZONE HD SportsNet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
Today's game sponsor, the Centaur RMA Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Proud supporter.
Instead of asking yourself, where did those 4 years go? Think about where the next 40 will take you. Be involved at Madison. Dukes from day one, alumni for life.
We all know the importance of continuing your education, whether completing a degree or seeking professional development. Are you thinking about your next step? JMU's Adult Degree Program is designed to create opportunities for adults to pursue an undergrad degree that fits their lifestyle. If completing your degree is something you've been wanting to do, JMU Outreach and Engagement can help you achieve your goal. Call today to learn more. Whatever your next step, JMU Outreach and Engagement is with you every step of the way.
Engage with Madison and each other. All that's missing is you. Sign up and enjoy the following benefits: access to online directory, update your profile information, expedite event registration, share your news and accomplishments in class notes. That's the online community, the Alumni online community. And the kickoff for the JMU Dukes after the interception return for a score. Here's Dixon taking in the low corner, hurdles a couple of players, and then is driven into the turf. Driving him back, Marcel Johnson with the tackle for JMU.
Going back to the interception by Moreland, just the second interception on the season for the team, as you said, both by Jimmy Moreland, and the first defensive touchdown this year for the Dukes. Interception and fumble recovery early on in the game. Getting turnovers will help you win ball games, and Dukes have 2 in just over 8 minutes of play.
So Dreher will come back out to lead. Joe, you and I were talking during that timeout. It's almost as if JMU's defense read what they were going to play, yet they didn't adjust personnel-wise, except they almost like they baited the play, and Moreland jumps the route. Zach Dreher hands it off to Dixon. Dixon's got a lane. Now he's going up to the 35 to the 40. Chased down by Raven Green, but not until he reaches JMU territory, as he's down inside the James Madison 45-yard line down at the 42.
Whether run play or pass play, St. Francis going with a lot of trip sets, 3 wide receivers wide to the field with more. If they're on the left hash mark, 3 right, right hash mark, 3 left. Let's see if they continue that up.
Brandon Lee will come in as a down lineman for the Dukes. They're working with 3 down linemen in this set. Now they're going to go with another man. Nope, 3 down linemen. Looked like they were going to put a 4th down. Here's Dixon going to that side. And Dixon doesn't get much that time. A couple of yards, 2nd down and 8.
38-yard rush officially on that last play by Dixon.
Dixon already was 63 yards. Alex Mosley brought him down that time. 2nd down and 8. Ball at the 40-yard line. 2 receivers to the far side. Dixon there. Zach Dreher, the quarterback. Zach back to throw. Quick. That's a good hitter, and it's going to be caught by Martin, and he spins out of 1 tackle and eventually brought down Jeremiah Wilson and Raven Green combined for the tackle. But a 1st down for St. Francis.
A lot of quick pass plays for the Red Flash, too, not really letting plays develop, but just quick slant routes and posts.
Well, the situation when you've got to respect the ability of Dixon, it may be just enough to freeze the JMU defenders, and that certainly can allow for some of those seams underneath to open up.
Which I think is exactly what we're seeing.
Dixon again tries to bounce it to the outside. He does so, gets a nice block on the outside by Williamson, continues to lunge forward until he is sealed off there by Jeremiah Wilson. But the Red Flash knocking on the door now deep into JMU territory.
Dixon really liking that left side, continues to go left, 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 power that left side. Really attacking that defensive line on that side.
It's going to be 1st and goal at the 10-yard line. They're going to have to score. I don't think they cannot pick up a 1st down, in fact. They'll have to score here. Dreher in the backfield. Different tailback this time. Handoff and bouncing to the outside, nearly getting it to the cone. That was Bagley, Marcus Bagley, a freshman from Cleveland Heights, Ohio. And Cade Steele knocks him down at the 2.
St. Francis really enjoying their time in the red zone so far this season. They are just one of 26 teams in FCS that has scored a touchdown every time they made it into the red zone. We'll see if the Red Flash can keep that up here.
Well, they are trying to answer the Dukes. If you just joined us, Jimmy Moreland with a 43-yard interception return for a score. Dixon takes the handoff straight ahead this time as he follows his lead blocker, Bowman. Bowman makes the hole, and Dixon goes right through, and he scores for the Red Flash.
Dixon's 5th touchdown of the season, which entering today would be tied for 1st in all of FCS. Depends on, there were 3 guys that had 5 touchdowns in FCS entering today, so it depends on what they've done so far today.
Little muddle huddle here as they're going to set the line to the left with Giese setting to add the extra point. Camilletti is the holder. And Red Flash trying to tie it up here in the 1st. Coming off the edge was Taylor Reynolds, but the extra point is good. So with 4 minutes and 22 seconds remaining here in the first half, we're tied on the scoring drive by the Red Flash. Well, Dukes need to figure out something here defensively. 6 plays, 80 yards, 2:21 the time of possession.
We're still waiting for that JMU offense to get going as well, too. 2 times with the ball, 2 punts. Luckily, the defense has picked up some of the slack and provided a touchdown to keep this a ball game at 7-7. But St. Francis definitely came here to play. For a smaller FCS school like this, sometimes this is their biggest game of the season right here, coming in with the Bridgeport Stadium, big 25,000 seater with the history and tradition of JMU. They can really get pumped up, and we saw that last year, too, like you talked about.
Well, Giese will kick off once again. Second time today. Tapley will be the deep man. DeJure Simmons. Tapley, the transfer from North Carolina. Got married this past summer. And DeJure Simmons out of Virginia Beach.
Tapley very capable of returning it back for a touchdown. In fact, when he was at North Carolina, returned one back against Virginia Tech, which was the first kickoff touchdown allowed by the Virginia Tech special team since 1993. So exploiting Beamer ball.
Giese, a low kick. That's actually going to go out of the end zone. Wow, he put foot into that one pretty well. So Dukes will take over at their own 25. And with 4:22 to play here in the first. Well, Joe's SFU, St. Francis University out of Loretto, Pennsylvania, already 147 yards of total offense on just 18 plays. The Dukes have run just 8 plays, only 22 yards. Of course, the defense accounting for the 7 points for JMU. Badley with Miller in the backfield with him. He's going to hand the ball off to Miller. Miller going to cut it up the grain, hurdles a player up to the 29-yard line. Lorenzo Jerome making the tackle for the visitors. Gain of 4 on the play, 2nd down and 6. Again, a quick hitting play for the Dukes. And muscling his way through nearly for a first down will be Miller.
Both teams running the ball a lot tonight, and even when JMU does pass the ball, a lot of play action passes here.
Silo with the tackle. First down for JMU. Lee will keep it this time. Dodges a defender. Stays on his feet and lumbers forward for a couple of yards. Let's call it a gain of 3. 2nd down and 7. Dukes go right back to the line of scrimmage. Trying to up the tempo here. And a pass out to the right side. This is Dean Cheatham with the catch. Cheatham may have gotten the first down on the roll over the defenders as Jerome making the tackle.
And as you and I talked about earlier this week, the high-tempo offense for JMU is not just about putting points up early, but wearing down the St. Francis defense to get on them later in the game, as St. Francis already calls a timeout here in the first quarter, probably because of the high-tempo offense of JMU.
All right, timeout on the field. Let's take it down to field side. We're doing a little series now called O-Love for the O-Linemen. Of course, the offensive linemen who are coached by Brad Davis, as he is in his first year here at James Madison University. And we're going to go down field side, where Gabrielle Smith is here to tell us a little bit more about the Dukes offensive line and co-offensive coordinator. Hi, Gabby.
Hi, Kurt. Thanks so much. Brad Davis is in his first year with the JMU football program, serving as the co-offensive coordinator and the offensive line coach. But before arriving to JMU, Brad Davis spent his past 5 years at Portland State University, serving as their run game coordinator and offensive line coach. Davis helped lead Portland State's offensive team to the top team in the All Big Sky Conference in total offense, second second in rushing offense, and third in scoring offense. He also had 4 of his 5 starters earn honorable mention in the All-Big Sky Conference in 2012. Before his coaching days, Davis attended the University of Oklahoma, where he played football as a starting offensive lineman. Throughout his playing career, Davis competed for 2 Big 12 championship teams and appeared in the Independence Bowl, the Cotton Bowl, the Rose Bowl, and the Orange Bowl. With all of Davis' success playing and coaching, JMU is looking forward to seeing how Davis leads the Duke's offensive line this season. Back to you, Kurt.
All right, thank you very much. And you just listen to that resume, and it's no wonder why that grabbed the attention of Coach Everett Withers. And as we talk to Coach Withers, a lot of these gentlemen, and it is a young staff overall, were identified by other peers, other coaches, and you could talk to one, they say, well, this coach called in, and you talk to another, and they say, well, that coach called in, and then sometimes it was the same coach calling in at different stops along the way, but that's certainly 4 bowl games when he played at Oklahoma, and he's from Louisiana. He seems to be very grateful for the situation.
Yeah, and a lot of the young guys, and like you said, and a lot of diversity, too, in terms of what schools they came from, too. A lot of times you see consistency on where guys came from, whether their head coach was there with them as well, but a lot of different places these guys came from, which comes from all the coaches that called Coach Withers.
They have brought a lot of energy into it. Here's the JMU Dukes with John Miller spinning for nearly a first down. He's going to come just shy of it. Liano makes the tackle. As it's a 2nd down and 2 now for the JMU Dukes.
So far it's Miller versus Dixon.
Miller again the ball carrier this time, though. A shoulder comes into him. As Simo Sila, a junior, 6'1", 196-pounder from Honolulu, Hawaii. It's very interesting. A lot of Hawaiians on this. How do they find their way to Loretto, Pennsylvania? 3rd down and 2. Going to be shy of the first down, Joe.
And I looked at all the coaching bios to see if any of them had Hawaii connections, because when you see 8 Hawaii guys on the East Coast, you think there's got to be some connection. I couldn't find anything in any of the coaches' bios, whether any of them went to high school in Hawaii or coach in Hawaii or any connection. So obviously there's some pipeline. Maybe it's from the same high school or whatnot, but it is strange to see the number of Hawaii guys playing for St. Francis.
4th down and 1. Dukes going for it here. Here's the snap to Lee. He's going to hand it off to Miller, who lunges forward. This is going to be very close. The Red Flashers celebrating, and I think they have reason to celebrate.
St. Francis stacked the box there, too. 4 down linemen, 3 linebackers creeping in the holes as well. 7 guys going after that run game right there, and it may have paid off for the Red Flash.
You know, talking about Hawaiians coming to Loretto, I wonder if any natives of Loretto, Pennsylvania have gone to Hawaii.
Yeah.
That sounds like a pretty good deal to me.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the trips I'd like to get Coach Matt Brady and the men's basketball Dukes to go on. How about you, Joe?
I'd definitely be down for that, too.
You know, I've got a few destination spots yet. San Antonio, San Diego, and Hawaii would all be good destination spots, but not on the agenda this year for the basketball Dukes.
Basketball, you have the Maui and the Diamond Head, too. A lot of those smaller schools get in the Diamond Head. I think George Mason either played in it last year or they're back in it this year. But
go back to the early days of Lefter Dazelle before the Dukes played in Hawaii, and the folks from Loretto are celebrating here as they stop the Dukes shy on a 4th down situation. So the Red Flash will take over at their own 45-yard line.
You did get to Vegas with the basketball team.
I did. That's true. I did get to Vegas. I put a lot of copper in the slots there. I would stay with the low grade fun. Low cost, I should say.
See if the defense can continue to keep the Dukes in this game. If you're St. Francis, they could have. You feel as if they could have put a lot more points on the board, especially with the struggling JMU offense. But the defense just holding St. Francis in check.
Abide goes in motion and timeout is called. So we got a delay of game. Well, that doesn't seem quite right, as interestingly, it looked like the official was holding up the play.
Yeah.
Duke's defense was yet to get on the field, and the official stood over the ball, which chewed up considerable amount of the play clock. Dukes caught a break there.
I didn't see the play clock when the referee came off the ball, but it could have been more than 10 or 15 seconds that they had to work with there, and they were trying to make a few adjustments, getting a tailback in motion.
Smith here to the near side. abide in the slot, and Williams on the far side, and a timeout is called for St. Francis. That's their second timeout of the ball game. And it comes here with 2:12 to go in the first half of play. Well, I hope you got a chance to maybe join host and anchor Aaron Mordhorst and many of our reporters today on our first madiZONE HD SportsNet football pregame show. We were scrambling around a bit because of the weather, but everything came off pretty nicely, and we'll have that archived eventually for you on jmusports.com through madiZONE. And we'll have that show every home game for you. Here's some other early scores. Stony Brook and American International. That's actually going to kick off at 6 o'clock. Towson up on Delaware State, so the Tigers leading the Hornets 14-7. That's in the fourth. Wow. New Hampshire leading last week's opponent for the Dukes, Lehigh, 15-0. That's in Durham, New Hampshire. And Fordham, the Rams roll over the Rhode Island Rams in the annual Butting Heads game. Here's the handoff going to Dixon. Bounces it to the outside. Gets to the 50, to the 45. Still moving his way inside the 40, down at the 38-yard line. Jeremiah Wilson finally tracks him down, but Dixon is just rolling down there for the red flash.
Dixon just continuing to go left, left, left. Hammer that side, eating up the right side of the JMU defense. Of course, Wilson, right side cornerback over there on the tackle, but
he's averaging 8.3 yards per carry in this ball game. Now they shift it over. Dixon again, the carrier. Tries to go to the outside. This time he cuts it up to the inside. Even Dreyer will come out and get a block. Dixon running to the corner, continuing to race, and knocked out at the 5-yard line as Dean Marlowe comes up to put him down. But it's inside the 5. The red flash threatening to take the lead here this afternoon for the first time.
As you kind of alluded to there, once Dixon broke the initial hit, the key on that play was a nice block by Dreyer, as you might see on replay here, but Dreyer with a beautiful block to keep that play alive right there, follow quarterback as Dixon comes back around right here. Dreyer right there, popping, looks like Dean Marlowe.
1st and 10, Dreyer the quarterback in the shotgun. The handoff to Bagley this time. Bagley tries to weave his way, powers his way, loses the football. No, they're going to say that he broke the plane of the goal line before he dropped the ball. Touchdown is the call on the field. St. Francis taking the lead on the score. Here we'll see it again, Bagley. Ascend jockey just squirted right out, and they say he broke the plane of the goal line, which is all you have to do.
And as the play unfolded anyway, it wouldn't have mattered because St. Francis scooped it up and ran in the end zone. 8th rushing touchdown this year for St. Francis.
And they're going for 2 this time, and the up back, actually the holder will go scramble in to pick up 2 points. Camilletti. Direct snap to him. We'll see it right here. Fakes the pitch and then goes right in for the 2.
May have caught JMU sleeping there. As I said, St. Francis 8th rushing touchdown on the season. They only have 8 touchdowns as a team, none of the passing variety. Just goes to show how much they run that ball.
Only 3 plays, 55 yards, 105 off the clock. And the 2-point conversion attempt is also good. And St. Francis, just as last year, shocking the Dukes early, out in front 15-7.
And playing with lots of energy too, which is not what you want to see. It's the opponent playing with lots of energy.
Good crowd of students here at Bridgeport Stadium today. And certainly when the students are in strong attendance, that helps to elevate the energy in the stadium.
A late arriving crowd, but it's filled in very nicely.
Now, as we were looking, and there was a long row of students standing back near Godwin Hall. We were joking, they simply can't tweet themselves in. They got to think a little earlier about getting in.
But now some nice new rewards program put out by JMU Marketing to get students in the crowd. They can use their phones, check in, get points, and win prizes and whatnot.
Yeah, so there is still some good things about texting and tweeting in. Giese will kick it deep. And the wind at his back is certainly helping it. He has booted 2 out of the end zone now, and no chance for Sean Tapley to bring any back for James Madison.
Giese likes Bridge Forest Stadium. His career long field goal came here last year, 47-yarder, and he also had a 45-yarder in that game. So whatever it is, he really enjoys that here. Maybe he's just getting the win at the right way, like you just said.
Well, it's coming from the west, northwest. Again, it was raining earlier today, but those showers were expected to clear out. A little patchy blue here and there above us.
It's kind of created a cool ball game too. Cool atmosphere, nice fall weather. Feels like football.
Brown in motion. Handoff. Goes to Miller. Miller bounces off one tackler, but doesn't pick up much. Oh, actually, that's Latney, excuse me, on the carry. Miller with 8 carries for 25 yards. That's the first tote for Latney. Dukes will switch out their backs. Lee back to pass. This time he's going to tuck it and run across the 30, down to the 35, and lunges forward for the first down. JMU. Ball spotted at the 36-yard line. Lee back to pass. Has an open man. Caught on the right side. Driven out of bounds. As Daniel Brown with the reception, Mike Dennis drives him out. There is a flag down on the near side, which if this is against the Dukes, that's very unfortunate because it couldn't have had anything to do with the influence of the play, as was on this side.
5-yard penalty from the previous spot. Replay, first down.
Had an illegal man downfield. Brandon Brown drifted down. He was covered up, so he was not an eligible receiver. So procedure play called against JMU. That'll set them back. They'll take that play away. First down and 15 now.
Positive by Daniel Brown and the negative by the other Brown. Cancel each other out.
Lee, he can run now. No, he's going to stay behind the line of scrimmage. Tosses it down the field, and it's going to nearly is caught. A tremendous adjustment try. But falling incomplete. Andre Coble, the intended receiver.
Lee showing that he's willing to leave the pocket a little early here, kind of scramble mindset, not really comfortable in that pocket there, getting out of there. Kind of lofted that pass up too. Didn't look like a nice firm pass and almost hurt him with the double coverage there on the far side. 2nd
and 15 this time. He gets pressure, gets the pass delivered, picks up 5 yards to the original line of scrimmage on this series. Brown the reception. And that brings us to the close of our first quarter of play after Mike Dennis makes the tackle. So after one, St. Francis leading the Dukes of James Madison 15-7. As you're watching James Madison University football here on madiZONE HD SportsNet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
Is he still in there?
Yeah.
Sleeping in the closet every single night. This has got to stop.
Oh, hey, Elaine. How's it going?
How much longer are you going to be here?
Billy is 5.
6.
6. 12 years. But don't worry about me. I got my pillow pet.
Tame the tuition monster. Visit Virginia529.com and see why it's the nation's largest 529 college savings plan.
Hey, who wants popcorn?
Visit the James Madison University Bookstore, your source for all things JMU. Get your official Duke gear. Open after every football game. The JMU Bookstore. Support the team.
They're a great place to find high-quality cars without the hassles. And it all starts here, at CarMax.
We believe that buying a high-quality used car should be hassle-free. So at CarMax, we start with a low, no-haggle price on every car.
With a great selection on every lot, you can test drive an incredible variety of cars all in one place.
And every CarMax car is protected with a 30-day warranty and a 5-day money-back guarantee.
So when you're ready to start the search for your next car, come see the way car buying should be at CarMax. Start here.
Get more of what your family wants from Telos Wireless. Now share 10 gigs of data, unlimited talk and text on 4 lines for just $140 a month. Want even more? How about 0 down on all smartphones? We'll even buy out your contract. More phones, more lines, and more data. Stand up and demand more. Telos, wireless for the people.
Back to action we come with the Dukes of JMU, 3rd down and 10 at their own 36-yard line. First play of the second quarter. Kurt Dudley and Joe Kirkendall with you here in the booth. Gabrielle Smith and Autumn Morowitz are downfield level. And Lee with the empty backfield. Back to pass, Lee looking over the top. Daniel Brown with a great adjustment to pull that pass in for the first down inside St. Francis territory at the 39. Dennis making the tackle.
Daniel Brown just using his 6'5" stature to his advantage there, being able to get up, catch that ball high.
Here goes Bad Lee to the outside, nearly breaks the tackle, but nice shoestring stop there as Daquan Minter does an excellent job of wrapping up Lee. He doesn't bring him down. Lee may have taken that all the way to the APC. Juwan Latney's in the backfield with Lee now. 3 receivers this side. The handoff goes to Lee where the blocking influence is. He's going to find a seam. Down to the 10, down to the 5, and he's out at the 4-yard line. Juwan Latney driven out by Malik Duncan. Latney last weekend picking up a touchdown, the 3rd of his career. As the Dukes trying to punch it in here. A pass out on the flat, and it's going to be Daniel Brown with the touchdown. Quick receiver screen to the right side. That's the type of explosive offense that Everett Withers, Drew Maringer, Brad Davis and company want to run. Quick, 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 and you're in there.
Daniel Brown's first touchdown of the season. Be a huge part of this offense this year. Hopefully that can get him going there. As he only had 3 receptions entering this game, and we've already seen 3 today, including the touchdown.
Arnaud with the extra point. And it's through there. 15-14. Dukes trailing by the 1. Nice execution here on the outside. Rashard Davis, one of the receivers. And Daniel Brown, you know, Brown's first career touchdown was against North Carolina when Withers was coaching there. Guess he had no idea that one day he would be coaching Daniel Brown. Big frame, as you mentioned, Joe, 6'5". Well, during our timeout between quarters, recognition here at Bridgeforth Stadium to the United Way of Harrisonburg and Rockingham County. As, of course, partners in the community, President Alger and his wife Mary Ann were on the field with United Way President Alan Shelton, Executive Director Laura Tony Hulsinger, who was a guest today on the pregame show. Also the 2014 Chairman Co-Chair, campaign co-chair that is, with Farmers and Merchants Bank, Jonna Price, and the President of the JMU Student United Way, Scott Jackman. Which JMU is a proud supporter of the United Way and encourages you to live united and give your dream a team. All right, we'll see Connor Arnaud kicking off for the Dukes. And that is Dixon in the goal line. He's going to bring it out. And he's going to lose the football, but it's going to end up propelled forward as Rakeem Stallings was there for Madison. Looked like Dixon saw him flying through the air and just coughed up the football. Well, Joe, one thing we've seen today, Dixon is having a difficulty hanging on to the ball, although when he does, he gets it down the field. That was ripped out from behind, it appears.
Yeah, kind of, St. Francis got lucky there, just fell right into the hands of Reamers. But with the explosiveness of Dixon, I might take a fumble here and there. With already has 136 yards through 1 quarter of play. You know, in the NEC, he will probably run abandon because, well,
typically the defense isn't as strong game per game. And here's Dixon again. As he stays on his feet, that's a tremendous finish of that run. Had a hand down off the Zane Shoker Field turf.
Maybe even more surprising is he didn't even get a preseason NEC mention at all.
Well, he was behind a feature back last year that had set all kinds of St. Francis records. Dixon again, the lone back. They open up the field by spreading those receivers. They're going to fake it, and again, Dixon bounces out. This time he's going to be stopped by Aaron Peak. Short gain on the play.
As the sun starts to peek out here at Bridgeport Stadium, coming out of the clouds, a lot more blue sky.
Yeah, Dixon, in nearly one game this season, surpassed his total output last year. Rushed for only 247 yards on 71 carries. As Joe mentioned, came in with 392. He's got 5 touchdowns to date, including one here today. There's a little receiver screen to Smith. That's read well. Marlowe coming up for the tackle. Peak also there. So 4th and 1 here. Don't expect much of a gamble at this stage.
Especially this deep in their own zone.
Tapley is going to step up a bit. Here's the punt. Tapley will field it. Stays on his feet, then knocked down as he tried to get around the corner. Corey Leonard making the tackle. St. Francis with possession at its own 40-yard line. 15-14 the difference, that 2-point conversion.
Ishmael Hyman now in this offensive set, the wide receiver from Kansas, transfer from Kansas. Haven't seen much of him today. Haven't really called his name at all.
Had a disputed touchdown last weekend called back, and Vad Lee loses his footing. Neal making the tackle. Dukes go back to the line of scrimmage after a gain of 2, maybe 3. Williams with the snap. Back to Vad Lee. Lee passing over the middle. And that ball dropped. Had quite a bit on it. Daniel Brown, the intended receiver.
JMU a 2-to-1 ratio of rush to pass plays, 16-8 just before that failed pass attempt, now 16-9. But their rush offense does rank 2nd in the CAA and 16th in all of FCS with 241.5 yards per game compared to just 212 yards of passing per game.
It's Brown, and Hyman lined up on the left side, but Lee's going to come here to the near side, the right. And that pass is caught. Good enough for the first down. Sean Tapley. Dennis on the coverage. First down for the Dukes, trailing by 1. Lee. Latney takes the handoff, barrels his way right through and continues to charge, churning those legs to the 45. Again, Latney with 6 very good carries last week for 60 yards in the second half against Lehigh as the Dukes came from behind. Terrence Bourne takes Lee off his, make that Latney off his feet. This time Lee will pull it back out again. A little chip block here on the outside by Brown. Frees up Lee. Good enough to pick up the first down as Dave Coleman comes in to make the tackle. Brandon Brown, a redshirt freshman from Chester, Virginia, out of Matoka High School. Handoff goes to Latney. Latney dragged down from behind as he reaches the line of scrimmage. Nagusi comes up to catch him. Nagaseo, actually, the way he pronounces his name. I got to check my Polynesian influence here. Here comes a blitz. Picked up nicely. Lee can pull it down. Now he's going to throw a wide open man, and that is Daniel Brown. Brown cuts to the inside. First down for the Dukes.
Incredible vision there for Bad Lee, who I thought I saw him run towards the end zone with that open hole on the right side as you see the replay here, but to keep his head up and keep that play alive and see the wide open Daniel Brown is an absolutely incredible play. I think a lot of people thought he was just going to pocket that ball and run with it, but.
Well, and that was a strong throw. He was off balance. Latney with a quick hitter inside the 10 as he'll draw 3-4 tacklers to bring him down.
Yeah, kind of a jump throw there. With all his momentum going forward, because I think he thought he was running the ball too, and then out of the corner of his eye, he saw Daniel Brown, and to know he had not quite passed the line of scrimmage too. Just
Nagaseo again on the tackle, a gain of 2. Dukes can pick up a first down inside the 2. Latney goes straight ahead this time. Powers his way inside the 5 down to about, or excuse me, inside the 10 down to about the 7-yard line.
JMU can still pick up a first down. The first down marker on about the 2-yard line, so about 2 yards vary to pick a first down if they're not going to score here.
Sela with the tackle. Lee this time will throw it. Got a man, and he drops it. Had an open receiver. That could have been 6. Hyman was the intended player to receive the ball.
JMU 5 of 8, including the possession earlier this game when they're in the red zone and scoring. Not a very good number.
Right Minter, yeah, excuse me, Joe. Minter knocked the ball down. We're going to see a field goal try. Arnone will try the field goal.
Arnone 1 of 2 so far on the season.
This is a 24-yarder. He missed one last week. And that's right into the good hands of Allstate.
All of his attempts are from that 20 to 29-yard range so far this season. So now 2 of 3. As more streamers continue to fly.
And the Dukes do take the lead back 17-15. We'll be back with more as you're watching JMU football here on madiZONE HD SportsNet, which is presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
The Residence Inn by Marriott provides guests with plenty of room. Room to recharge. Room to prepare. Room to relax. Stay one night or as long as you like. The Residence Inn by Marriott provides each guest with amenities tailored to their individual needs. Spacious suites with all the comforts of home, because it's not just a room, it's a residence.
Well, the day's starting to brighten up a little bit here at Bridgeport Stadium, particularly for the JMU Dukes. Connor Arnone, 24-yard field goal. Makes it a 17-15 James Madison lead. Join fellow JMU alumni, friends, and family for their chapter's largest scholarship fundraiser on October 18th. What are we talking about? The Metro Dukes Crab Fest. More on that after this kickoff, as Lorenzo Jerome is wearing number 1 on the return team. We do apologize that we were calling him Dixon, as you see Dixon on offense is in the backfield. And Jerome on kickoffs in the backfield. And we have a player down injured for JMU. we'll check on that in a moment. I was telling you about the Metro Dukes Crab Fest. The Metro Dukes Alumni chapter presents the annual Crab Fest. It's a full day of food and fun. The cost is $40 per adult, $15 for children ages 4 to 13. Kids under 3, they don't eat enough crab legs, so they're absolutely free of charge. You can feast from noon until 5 on delicious fresh crab, shrimp, hot dogs, corn on the cob. 5 complimentary beer tickets and unlimited non-alcoholic beverages are also included. The price goes up October the 1st. For more, register at alumni.jmu.edu/Metro Dukes Crab Fest 2014.
Well, congrats. You made me hungry now.
Thank you. Me too. I tell you, one of the best meals I've had this year was we went up to Media Day for the CAA, which was in Baltimore. Of course, I grew up at the mouth of the Chesapeake Bay, so the crab population took a hurting when I was a teenager. Well, I went up to Baltimore there on the Inner Harbor with John Martin and the crew and had a fabulous crab dinner that evening. As it was Andrew Ankra, the injured JMU player, on special teams. So next man up for the Dukes.
You see scores right there, the big one for you Virginia folks. 2 big Virginia scores right there. UVA getting the upset over Louisville. And Virginia Tech, big win at Ohio State last week. And East Carolina. East Carolina, they played them, I feel like, the past 6 years or so, and they've kind of always been a road bump for them. But
and see VMI with a good win today, 52-24 down in Lexington. Congratulations to the Keydets. We got folks that work with us on madiZONE also go down there and work with the Keydets on some of their productions. That's your Shenandoah Valley out-of-town, Shenandoah Airport out-of-town scoreboard. From the 25, 1st and 10 for St. Francis. Dreher, the handoff. And Dixon is met in the backfield this time. I believe that was Brandon Lee coming crashing down on him. Indeed it was. Second down and 8 as the sun popping out now. We don't have blue patches. We got big blue patches now overhead. We kind of like that. Should be a gorgeous day here in the Valley tomorrow. Bowman, the up back. He's primarily the man that makes the hole up the middle. Delay in the handoff going to Dixon and stepping up. Senjak is there. Also for the Dukes is Stallings. 3rd down. Xavier Gates also there to make the tackle for JMU, the nose guard. Here's the snap. Quarterback will keep it, and he's not going to make it. The Dukes will hem him in, and Brandon Lee comes off in celebration for the Dukes. And Senjak also there for James Madison.
looked like a designed run play, but kind of a late reaction there by Ward. Maybe a delay as well. Yeah, as you see right there, kind of delay, fake the pass, look left, run up the middle. JMU defense didn't bite on it and get the offense the ball back in hopes of getting a few insurance points as they hold the 2-point lead at 17-15.
Chris Valerial's team back out on the field to punt it away. Here's pressure coming, and the punt is off. Fair catch called and pulled in. Punt catcher this time for Sean Tapley at the JMU 33. .6:59 to go at halftime. Got a special feature for you. Lorenzo Bundy. You may recognize that name. Currently third base coach of the LA Dodgers. Bridget Condon had a chance to spend some time with him this summer out in Los Angeles. And we'll show you our halftime performance by the MRDs, the Marching Royal Dukes. We'll also hear from Coach Withers. Lee back to pass. Stands in and makes the reception. Rashard Davis. Well timed, well delivered. Minner makes the stop, but a first down for the Dukes.
That's better pocket presence right there by Vad Lee. Stay in the pocket, wait for the play to develop, and find the open target.
Quickly they go. Latney Leaps over one, then meets a host of red flash players right as he gets to the 49-yard line. See Austin Lane, Josh Hogan leading the charge. Matt Williams goes over the football. The Dukes right back to the line of scrimmage again. That up-tempo offense. Out here in the flats, well read. And that doesn't go for much at all.
Well read, and also a missed block assignment there for Brandon Brown.
DeAndre Smith, the receiver. Last year wore number 6, wears number 9 this time, with this year with Tapley wearing 6.
Duncan did a good job of getting around Brown right there and making the tackle.
That sets up a 3rd down and a long 12. Lee tosses it over the middle. Fortunate that one wasn't picked off. And that was Jerome.
Kind of a questionable throw again there by Lee, as well as that other pass play in the first quarter that he kind of just lofted up there. Kind of just throwing it just to get rid of it, not with much intention on that ball. And almost hurt him again, threw in a double coverage with the pressure on him.
I think from his development, of course, last year he didn't have to look further than 5 yards down the field when
if
he was
ever
running.
Passed the ball.
There at Georgia Tech, and even rushing the ball. That's all he had to do.
Right.
He was just reading the guy 5 yards in front of him. Well, that's one of the things that took him a little while, and got to gain a little patience with that too. Here's Kane back to punt for the Dukes. As he's standing at his own 30. Good snap. Good punt. Drives him back a little further, and he catches it at the 5. That may have been a mistake for St. Francis. I think he may have lost his way. Did abide.
Another great punt by Kane there. High hang time with some nice spin on it. 2 good punts there for Kane.
And we've got a timeout on the field. So we're going to take it down to field side once again. As we heard from Gabrielle Smith talking about Brad Davis, of course, the co-offensive coordinator. Well, a new defensive coordinator for the Dukes as well. Let's join Autumn Morowitz, sideline here at Bridgeport Stadium. Hello, Autumn.
Hi, Kurt. I do have a little information on Brandon Staley. He is part of the entirely new coaching staff for the James Madison football program this year. He is a defensive coordinator, like you said. He's also the linebacker coach. But before coming to JMU, he was actually working at John Carroll University, where he helped lead the football team to a 9-2 overall record. His defense averaged giving up just 9 points and 228 yards per game while forcing 27 turnovers, which helped Staley earn the title of Ohio Athletic Conference Co-Assistant Coach of the Year. Before that, Staley was at Tennessee for just 1 year, where he was the defensive graduate assistant in charge of inside linebackers and special teams assistant. He was also a football player himself at the University of Dayton, where he was a 3-year letter winner as quarterback. He was also the captain of the Flyers in 2004, which was his senior season. That's all we have on Staley so far. Hopefully he can do us well as one of the Dukes. Back up to you, Kurt.
All right, thank you, Autumn. And again, a pretty good resume there, Brandon Staley. He started drinking coffee when he was about 5 years old. His dad is a coach and teacher as well, so he wanted to emulate his father, who did that. And when we do radio interviews with him, 4:30 in the afternoon, he's carrying some coffee. He doesn't have any coffee in his hand now, but you can see him there sideline, Brandon Staley. And downfield side now, they're recognizing 2 longtime coaches at James Madison University, Maria Malerba and Bill Walton. They just retired this past year. They're still in pretty good shape as they and Mr. Bourne have to jog off the field on the opposite end. More on those 2 very outstanding coaches here at JMU, as Dixon's the ball carrier. Walton retired as the director of the JMU track and field program after 36 years. He was also an athlete here at JMU. In 2012, he led the program to its first CA Women's Track and Field Championship. He was a 4-year letter winner. At then Madison College, Walton was a 2-time CA Cross Country Coach of the Year and the 1990 Mid-Atlantic Region Outdoor Track and Field Coach of the Year. He also coached 31 NCAA All-Americans, 42 IC4A and ECAC All-Americans as well.
Surprised we haven't seen St. Francis mix it up a little bit here and go right, because JMU's kind of sitting left now, and there you go.
There they cut right, and Dixon keeps his balance. Not enough for the first down. Continuing with talking about these coaches, Maria Malerba coached 38 years here as the women's tennis coach, the 89 CA Coach of the Year, 2007 Virginia Coach of the Year, 3 NCAA national qualifiers, 22 academic All-Americans, which she's just as much proud about that as anything else. Also recognized today, but not here. He's down in the South somewhere, former women's golf coach Paul Gooden. So congratulations. Hope they all enjoy a very long retirement. It's third down, and whistle will come. And a timeout is called by somebody.
Prior to their retirement, a lot of long-tenured coaches here at JMU. Of course, we had soccer last week and talked about Lombardo, who's coached all 25 years of the JMU women's soccer program. And
well, and Tom Martin,
right.
29 years, 351 wins now after yesterday's victory at Belmont. Dukes are down in Nashville, Tennessee. As timeout was called. Final, Towson does beat Delaware State, by the way, 21-7. And New Hampshire is leading Lehigh now 28-0. Maine defeated today by Bryant 13-10. Some people were surprised that Bryant came up with a win over another CA team earlier this season.
Another CAA NEC matchup right there.
Yep. As Bryant beat Stony Brook to open up the year.
Bryant's really done a good job of redeveloping their athletic program. They just not too long ago transitioned from Division II up to Division I. Baseball team won the NEC this year and made the tournament. I think they're down there in Houston for the Houston Regional. But really done a great job of turning their athletic programs around, as it is very tough to transition from Division II to Division I.
Third down again. They hand off up the middle, and the second effort may be good enough to pick up the first down as Dixon rallies himself past the 15 down to the 16-yard marker. .408 yet to go here in the first half. Again, we'll hear from Coach Everett Withers from Autumn Morowitz. She'll be down field side to get a quick word before the Dukes head into the locker room. Dreher hands it off to Dixon. Stutter steps his way to the right side. That's one of the things that's really impressive about Dixon. He's got quickness, but he also has patience to play into his quickness.
Yeah, really seeing where the holes open up and not just committing to where the original play was set to go, as that one looked like it was, again, set to go left, and he saw openings right and went that way. I think JMU defense has kind of figured him out a little bit. Of course, he had 136 yards through just the first quarter, only 20 yards so far in this quarter for a whopping 156.
Aaron Peak took him down that time. This time it'll be Bagley. He bounces to the outside and runs into number 3. That's Sage Harold. As Harold picks up yet another tackle for the afternoon.
St. Francis only thrown the ball 6 times so far.
And a third down ensuing here. St. Francis 2 for 4 on third down opportunities. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far, and split in the backfield. Handoff goes to the tailback, and the quick hitter right to the left side, but that's not going to be enough as he makes it back to the 25-yard line, but he needed to get up to the 26. And timeout this time called by JMU. Dukes still have 2 timeouts remaining, which they can preserve with 2:30 to go. And
one of the first times we've kind of seen JMU bring a lot of pressure, kind of blitz there, bring the defensive end all the way to the line on the left side.
When we resume, it'll be 4th down and about a yard. Dukes on the road next weekend will open up Colonial Athletic Association play against a very good Villanova team. John Robertson, the preseason Offensive Player of the Year, very good quarterback.
If you just follow FCS football a little bit, you've definitely heard that name, Robertson. the player to watch in the CAA this year.
I got a chance to meet him during media day. And, you know, if he was to walk by you on the street, you wouldn't think this guy is this good a quarterback, just, you know, in street clothes and what have you. But he certainly has the capacity, both mentally and physically.
He was the Offensive Player of the Week in the CAA this past week.
Not a bad game last week. 4th and 1, so in punting formation. Low snap. Dukes try to go after it again. And Tapley will make the catch at the 35. So the Dukes will have 2:23 to go. And that's plenty of time in this offense. If you look last week, even on those 98, 99-yard drives, the Dukes never possessed the ball more than 3.5 minutes. 3:49, I think, was the top drive last week. Time of possession, only 22 minutes for the Dukes last week. That's really a statistic that Coach Withers doesn't care that much about. Big deal.
And only 26 minutes against Maryland, too, and especially with 2 timeouts in their pocket, plenty of time.
They will not use these timeouts unless dire necessary. And here's a pass over the middle, and that one is caught at the 46-yard line. Richard Davis with yet another catch. Bishop Neal making the tackle.
Davis with his 3rd reception of the ball game.
Back to the line of scrimmage we go, and a flag. And that's a case of where the Dukes hurry up. Got.
Yeah.
It's 5-yard penalty. First down.
So a 5-yard penalty.
Illegal substitution, and those are the kinds of penalties you'll draw when you do have the high-octane offense, and St. Francis does not have any timeouts left to slow the offense down.
Back to pass again. This one is threaded through there and dropped. Ended up in the bottom of the pile with 3 players there.
I would like to see Lee be a little more smart with his passes, too. He's thrown into a lot of double coverage areas, and he's really having to thread the needle if he hopes for a reception.
3 to the left side. Lee this time is going to see the open right up the middle. He's to the 35 and slides down for the first down with the clock at 1:50.
Lee, the leading rusher for the Dukes in the ball game, 42 yards before that rush, so we'll see how many yards they give him on the rush as another flag is thrown.
Yeah, this one might be against Madison, though. I think the Dukes got to the line. It was a matter of where they set long enough for the flag to even come out, though. It's a good question.
Five-yard penalty. First down.
So it was a false start on Josh Hogan. If you're used to seeing him wear number 99, he still fills out number 55 pretty well. Yeah, he just stood up a little bit.
Lee 13 yards on that last rush play for a total of 55, like I said, to lead all JMU rushers.
Fakes the handoff, now throws to the right, and there's one. Oh, nearly caught on the bobble. Triple coverage over there, as you were talking about, Joe.
He heard me say don't throw into double coverage, so instead he threw into triple coverage.
Davis, again, the intended receiver for JMU. Richard, 5'9", 160. Had 5 receptions for 123 yards and 2 touchdowns at Lehigh. One of those was just a little shovel pass that originally was called a run, but they turned it into a 76-yard pass play. First touchdown for the Dukes. Now they hand it off this time. And Miller is the ball carrier.
Going back to the previous play, that's one of those where it's just high risk, low reward on that one. It would have taken a perfect throw to get it in there.
3rd down and 13 after the Miller carry for 2. Lee, he's going to find that seam up the middle again. This time he breaks to the outside, to the 30, to the 25, down to the 20. Jerome chases him out of bounds, but a first down for the Dukes. Bad Lee seeing things pretty good, at least those running lanes opening up for Lee.
With the 5 wide set there for the Dukes, it created a lot of open space in the middle. He took advantage of that, and smart play to get out of bounds there. You can tell he's run the ball a few times in his past. Of course, running the triple option offense at Georgia Tech last year with Paul Johnson.
He's got Latney. This time he's going to throw, and he's got an open man inside the 10 down to the 7-yard line. The catch is made on the far side.
Last time the Dukes were in the red zone, they had to settle for a field goal.
That was Tapley, the receiver. Minter, the tackler. First down for the Dukes. First and goal. Handoff to Latney. Latney takes it to the 5, keeps those legs churning. Now backed up a bit, but he should have forward progress to the 5-yard line. Second down and goal for the Dukes with 30 seconds to go. And the Dukes are going to use a timeout here.
Touchdown would be big here for JMU. St. Francis gets the ball to start the second half, so being able to score a touchdown here and make it a 2-possession ball game, especially with the momentum going into half, would be huge for the Dukes.
Well, Dukes do take their second timeout. Another thing to be aware of as far as Coach Withers and the timeout usage is concerned, if the Dukes offense is rolling, they're not going to break momentum, stop momentum by calling timeout. They're going to use it in exactly the circumstance they want to do. Now here, you get to the 5-yard line, things can slow down just a little bit just simply because you don't have as much room to work with. Some other scores for you here this afternoon. Again, Bryant over Maine, 13-10. Bryant ought to get some consideration in the top 25 early this season. North Dakota State over Incarnate Word. That's where game day was today. Yeah.
Second time it's been there. And well-deserved at that. I think it's North Dakota State is 28-0 in their past 28 ball games, including 5-0 against FBS opponents. I believe they beat Iowa State this year, Kansas State last year. 3 straight national championships.
So here we go, Joe, with the first or second down and goal from the 5. And the handoff and the lunge in. Touchdown, James Madison University.
A design play there, it looked like, with Daniel Brown to line up just over the left hip of the tight end. Nice shovel pass. Don't think they'll be changing the scoring on that one. Great shovel pass. Daniel Brown inside. Great pull there by Austin Lane to come from the left side across to the right side and get that lead block there to allow Daniel Brown to get to the end zone.
And the point after is good. So, like I said, the Dukes needed what? 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes to drive down the length of the field.
See Austin Lane there from left guard all the way, pulling towards the right side to create the opening there for Daniel Brown. Lane, number 77. Got the nice block there on Liano, the linebacker. Daniel Brown all smiles as 2 touchdowns today and 2 touchdowns on the season.
Well, Daniel Brown in a game last year with 3 scores, a career high. So the Dukes now out in front, 24-15. See a nice shot of the JMU campus. That's the old Bluestone campus. Campus keeps getting bigger, stretching out a little bit more. Connor Arnone will kick off for the Dukes. Jerome will be back deep on the goal line. Five-yard pass play on that scoring touchdown. 9 plays, 65 yards. A minute 52 was utilized. Arnone averaged 56 yards per kickoff at Lehigh, 63 yards per kickoff against Maryland. Boots this one shy of the end zone. And here is Jerome to the 15, breaks it to the outside, gets a nice block on that edge, and just tripped up.
St. Francis might actually try and go after the end zone here, at least getting quick field goal range. 30 seconds, decent amount of time to throw some sideline routes and get something going here.
That return by Jordan Milbury, I believe. First and 10, St. Francis at its 34, 25 seconds to go. And they go with a handoff, and the Dukes sniff that one out.
Late flag comes flying in from the deep side judge on the far side. Might be a horse collar there.
I'll let the officials tell us what it is.
Personal foul, face mask, number 29, defense, 15-yard penalty from the previous spot, first down.
And Kyrie Hawkins got the face mask. That'll be the second personal foul penalty called against JMU this afternoon.
Both by freshmen, too. Moreland and Hawkins.
Dukes are playing a lot of freshmen, and Coach Withers is not shy to do so. He has no qualms about that whatsoever. Dreyer will take off. And he's going to stop at the 40 and then restarts again, whirls his way down to the 35-yard line with 6 seconds to go.
I think he was looking for a sideline there and realized he was too far in the middle of the field to get to a sideline.
They're going to maybe spike the ball, yes, to kill the clock. So second down and 10 at the 36.
About a 53-yard field goal if they try to kick it from here.
It'll be into the wind as the wind is working its way from left to right as we watch at the back of the band. So the band ought to take the field in a hurry.
But Geezy shown some strength in his legs so far. As you said, career high, 47 yards. This would set a career high, but that career high of 47 was here last year at Bridgeforth. See if he can set his new career high.
Geezy, you got Moreland here on this edge. And Taylor Reynolds on the other edge. And that's way too low. It's not going to make it even to the end zone. That'll do it in the first half. The Dukes with the lead. And we're going to speak with Coach Everett Withers here on the sideline with Autumn Morowitz before the Dukes head into the locker room.
Good, how are you?
All right, Autumn, how you doing?
I'm good, Kurt. I'm here with Coach Everett Withers. Coach, how important was that touchdown going into the locker room?
Oh, it was huge. You know, we needed some momentum there, and we're not playing very good against the run, so our offense is kind of holding us right now.
What would you like to see in the second half?
Play better against the run.
Thank you so much, Coach. Back up to you, Kurt.
All right, so play better against the run. That was the same thing basically last week, was a little better against the run.
And I think they showed a lot better against the run in the second quarter there as well, as we mentioned what they held Dixon to there in the second quarter. But you can there's always room for improvement, as coaches are definitely ones to drive that point home.
Well, a C+ from Coach Everett Withers is a good grade. We found out he is a tough grader. Well, before we take you down to a sideline to the field for the Marching Royal Dukes, let's work in, first of all, a very interesting interview with a former JMU Duke himself who's made a wonderful career in the professional ranks of baseball. And Bridget Condon caught up with this gentleman out on the West Coast this summer. Here is that interview.
Hi, I'm Bridget Condon here at Longfield, where it all began for JMU alum, third base coach of the Los Angeles Dodgers, Lorenzo Bundy. So you graduated from JMU in '82 with a communications major. Did you ever expect to be here as a coach at Dodger Stadium?
Well, obviously, growing up, the dream was to play in the big leagues. After spending almost 10 years in the minor leagues and not making it to the big leagues as a player, the dream after that was to get to the big leagues as a manager or coach. And fortunately for me, this is my fifth year as far as being in the big leagues as a coach.
What do you remember most about JMU?
Just the beautiful Shenandoah Valley. It was when I went to school there, it was 8,000. So we kind of, everybody knew everybody. And our baseball team was very good at that time also. So just the camaraderie, the friendships that we made in those years in Harrisonburg were everlasting, because I hear from a lot of people. It was so good when we played in D.C. Every time I went down to the third base, every night, the 3 games in D.C., there were probably 10 to 15 people that came down from the stands on the third base side and said, hey, hello, I remember when you played at JMU, or I lived in such and such dorm, I lived in Weaver, I lived in Dinglediene, things like that. And so it really makes you feel good that people still remember who you are.
Yeah, that's awesome. JMU kind of has that community of making everyone feel as one, everyone feel at home. So what did JMU teach you, and how did it influence where you are today in this career path?
Well, you know, I was from a little small town, Essex High School, 600 students, 8 through 12. You know, there was a lot of people who didn't think I could play, really at the Division I level. So it was probably the start of me having to prove myself, and that goes on for the rest of your life. It seems like we're always trying to prove ourselves that we belong, or that we can do this, or that we can do that. And I was fortunate to be around a bunch of great guys and good coaching staff, great professors, people that took interest in me and helped me along the way, and I can't give them enough credit. I didn't do it by myself. I had a lot of people behind me, and that's where we are today because of these people at JMU. They were special. They cared about you. And it was fun.
For the complete version of the interview with Coach Bundy, you can find it on madiZONE. For madiZONE HD SportsNet, I'm Bridget Condon.
Hey, Duke Dog. Are you prank calling UD the Blue Hen again? Oh, you're trying to use the JMU Dukes app you downloaded last year from iTunes. Silly pup, that doesn't work anymore. JMU has a new dynamic, mobile-friendly website. Just open your browser and go to jmusports.com and everything's right there. Tap the word menu in the gold bar to navigate the site. In Safari, you can even tap your share button and press Add to Home Screen to create a one-click web app directly from your home menu screen. Isn't that much easier than the old way, Duke Dog? I guess you can teach an old dog new tricks after all.
Well, the Marching Royal Dukes taking the field. You're just in time to come back and watch the MRDs here in performance. By the way, a very happy birthday to the former director of the Marching Royal Dukes, Dr. Pat Rooney, celebrating over in Italy. So maybe he's watching today's performance here on madiZONE HD SportsNet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
The Marching Royal Dukes open their show with the GSCA from GS7030's Requiem. Our first show will feature music with an Italian theme, as the Dukes will be taking their 6th trip abroad this December, touring Italy and performing at the Vatican for the Rome New Year's Day Parade and Festival. We continue our Italian show with the music of Billy Joel, featuring trombone soloist Ryan Doherty, piano soloist Megan Hendricks, our conga and Dukettes dance team. Please enjoy Scenes from an Italian Restaurant. At this time, the Marching Royal Dukes would like to welcome to the field over 450 of the most talented high school band members from Virginia, West Virginia, Maryland, Ohio, North Carolina, and New Jersey. These young men are going to join us today for the first annual JMU Band Day. Please give a big JMU welcome to the 2014 JMU Band Day participants. And now, with over 1,000 performers on the field, please enjoy JMU favorite, Band Chasers. Get it on! Instructors are Carly Phillips, Eric Fairchild, and Laura Milford. The coach and the new guests is Julia Irvin. The director of band is Dr. Stephen Morstad, and the administrative assistant for the JMU Band program is Connie Driscoll. The graduate assistant for the JMU Band program is Drew Ross, and the program is assisted by Elizabeth Keene. The 2014 JMU drum majors are Lindsay Martin, Sierra Middleton, John Nye, Nick Pope, and Nathan Saxman.
I'm Dean Marlowe of JMU Football, and you're watching madiZONE HD SportsNet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
And then Daniel Brown, a 4-yard pass from Lee, a shovel pass, 8 plays, 75 yards. Take a look at, again, some of the statistics. You saw those stacked up there. Here's the first score of the game for JMU. That's the 43-yard interception return for Jimmy Moreland. See it again here as he just steps right in front. Moreland celebrating all the way. He could have run that all the way back to his hometown in Florida.
Looking back in hindsight, isn't a celebration before the touchdown supposed to be a flag and bring it
I
back?
I was curious about that actually when it occurred, but there's some of the rushing yardage for Dixon.
I guess they didn't see it as taunting per se, more just celebratory move.
All right, let's go back to the playing field as the Dukes will kick it off here to start the second half. And back it's going to come. And a tackle by the Dukes there at the 20-yard line. Justin Wellens making the tackle as Milbury on the return.
I'm sure St. Francis will make some sort of run game adjustment because their offense is doing well, their run game is doing well, and it kind of started to lack there in the second quarter as JMU kind of figured it out. They continue to go with 3 wide sets, though.
2 men in the backfield. Again, it's Dixon and Bowman. Play action. Looking over the middle, looking deep. He's got a man deep, but overthrows him as Williamson, the intended receiver. Taylor Reynolds closing in on him. But Williams had a step on everybody, but the ball had an even larger step on the arm of Dreher.
Had his man open there, and Dixon doing a good job there in the backfield, showing his blocking skills too after the play action fake. Did a good job protecting Dreher, making a block there in the backfield for him.
So that brings it to a 2nd down and 21 at the, second down and 10 at the 21. They flip the tight end to the near side. The handoff goes to Dixon again as he tiptoes his way through. Can't quite break through everything, but he does just enough so before Taylor Reynolds brings him down.
Dixon just exploited the defense there. If you see replay or not. 3 JMU guys had stacked on the right side, 2 JMU guys had stacked on the left side. Defensive line leaving the middle wide open, not creating much pressure there for Dixon. He just took advantage of that and took that ball right up the middle.
Williamson will split to the far side. Abide also over there. 2 receivers to the near side. Split to the numbers is Smith. It's Martin on the inside with Dixon the lone back. Here's a little pass out to the left side, and that's going to be incomplete. Thrown forward. 2nd down and 10. I think the pressure applied there. Abide is the intended receiver. Second down and 10. Three receivers to the far side. Again, Dixon, the lone back. Strong is to the right side with the tight end. That's the direction they go. Actually, that's going to be Bagley, the ball carrier, as he gains 9 yards on the play. Very close to a first down, but it looks like it might be just a bit shy. No, they're going to say it is. Just long enough. Titus Till making the stop for JMU.
JMU bringing some pressure there on the offensive line too. Taylor Reynolds kind of creeping up on the left inside, creating that pressure, but the play went away from him, so it didn't really work out to the Duke's favor. But Francis
Francis working with another first down here as they continue to just move the ball with the run game, take their time, completely opposite JMU's tactics.
Brandon Lee came back in. Handoff goes to Dixon. He runs to the right side. Sage Harold comes from behind to drag him down. A pickup of 3 yards, 2nd down and 7. Ball marked at the 45 of St. Francis. St. Francis, Loretto, Pennsylvania. Northeast Conference.
St. Francis, PA. Northeast
yep.
Conference. I don't think St. Francis Brooklyn has sponsors.
No football. They do play basketball. There's several St. Francis schools around the country. Play action, and it's smelt out very good, but Dreher breaks through. Burke Dreher on the run. He's going to throw, and the pass is incomplete. Dukes just do miss a sack in the backfield. Smith was the intended receiver. We'll see this again as Harold came in. I think Dreher, by balling up, made it tougher for him to tackle, and he sheds that tackle. But now 3rd down and 7.
Talking about St. Francis Brooklyn, John Thurston's the head women's basketball coach there, former head coach of the men's basketball program here at JMU.
That's correct. Trips to the left side. Dixon is the lone back. Martin split here to the near side. Back to pass. And throwing to a spot, but nobody was home. Smith, the intended cutting. Actually, Smith looked like he broke off his pattern just a little too soon. Watch it here. Yep, he turned, the hesitation, just the timing was not there. So 4th down. And the punting unit coming back on. So Dreher, the jack of all trades, he punted an average of 38.7 in the first half with a long of 40. Tapley back at his own 15. The rugby style kick. Tapley will let it bounce. And it's going to roll all the way inside the 99. But you know what? I say the 99 because the Dukes last week 99 yards away.
Can't get 100 yards away.
That's right.
Tied a record.
They have done that twice.
It's kind of a delayed rugby kick too. Of course, the Dreher back there is the punter. I almost wonder if they were seeing if there'd be a receiver open or something to go for it.
And there's the punting in the first half. You saw that up on the screen. Yeah, last week the Dukes with 2 drives, 98 and 99 yards.
The 99-yard drive took 3 minutes 9 seconds. The 98-yard drive took 2 minutes 52 seconds, as we talked about in the pre-show.
Neal with the tackle and Miller the ball carrier. 2nd down and 6. Miller again the carrier. He's going to bounce it to the outside, but he's going to get stopped right there. He may have lost a yard on the play.
Stop made by Coleman.
Coleman making the tackle. And Dukes with those 2 drives last week in the second half. Didn't take long to go the 98 to 99 yards. Lee fakes it. He's going to throw it, and he gets rid of it, and he's knocked down. That's an incomplete pass. Dukes will be forced to punt it away again.
One of those tough punting situations too, because Kane might not be able to get as deep behind the center as he'd like to here. You got to be careful he doesn't put his back foot on the end line, which is of course a safety.
So Kane will be standing at the D. Gets a high kick. Fair catch is called for by Abide at the 42-yard line.
Probably officially a 40-yard punt or so.
So at the 42-yard line, St. Francis will take possession. Dreher with the snap, handoff. It doesn't look like much is there, but just enough of a seam for Dixon to weave his way through. Down to the 38. Xavier Gates. Gates was actually credited with the block of that low line field goal in the first half. That ended the first half of play. So Dukes with 2 blocked field goals. Again, the trajectory of that one was very low to begin with.
See what happens when kickers have a deep field goal. They have to kick it lower to get more distance on it.
Screen pass to the near side, and the Dukes play it fairly well. Dean Marlowe stepped up in there, and eventually Ascend Jock makes the tackle.
Great pursuit there by Marlowe too. He's kind of getting double blocked there, and did a great job getting around the block and causing the receiver to have to hold up and allow for more purple teammates to get in there and get the block. Tackles.
So third down, the Duke Dog Eyes up on the video board, JM View. 2 receivers to the far side. Dreher is going to look that way. Turns his shoulders, now throws, and it's incomplete. 4th down. Little contact, but no flag. Marlowe there to defend. Bats the ball away. Williamson was the intended.
Looks like the offense is staying on the field, but you could also see a pooch kick here because, as you said, Dreher does double as the punter. And you do see quarterbacks pooch anyway, so see how deep he gets in the shotgun set here, if he even is in the shotgun set.
Well, it look like they're right. They're going to line it up as if they're going for the play, but certainly he is a punter and he will pooch it. Good call there, Joe. And that's going to, what a bounce it takes. Excellent job there by Zach Dreher. Just does pooch it inside.
2 beautiful punts there for Dreher. Wow.
As he drops that one down to the 6-yard line. Actually, it took a JMU bounce.
A punter could figure out how to make a ball every time, just dart left or right. Just hit it on the 1-yard line and dart left out of bounds. They'd be the next Hall of Fame punter after Ray Guy.
You know, I bet he's a good golfer if he can do that with a football. Imagine what he can do with that little dimpled white ball. So the Dukes will take over again deep in their own territory. They've been backed up twice here to start this 3rd quarter, which is nearly 5 minutes old. Handoff goes to Miller, and he's going to break 3. Actually, that's going to be Juwan Latney, the ball carrier.
Great run for numerous reasons for Latney there. Get the first down and also create space for Lee to work with.
Neal again to Latney. Latney goes up the middle again, powers his way through, continues to run hard to the 35. Jerome brings him down as he drags him down from behind. Here go the Dukes. They're off their goal line. Now the quick pace. Quick snap. Latney again. This time not quite as much for the senior from over in Fredericksburg. Liano making the tackle. Gain of only 2.5, maybe 3 yards on the play. 2nd down and 7, we'll call it, from the 38. Tapley takes the handoff on the sweep to the right side. Can't turn the corner.
Great pursuit there by
Nagaseo. That's it. I was waiting for Jack to say it. I was cheating.
I was looking here at my notes and I couldn't even.
That's right.
Easy to spot on the field, though, with that hair.
Yeah, looks like a guy that played for Pittsburgh.
Except he's not making any money on head and shoulders endorsements.
Not. That's right. Here's Minter again with knocking down the ball. 4th down for the Dukes. So the punting unit coming on for Madison. May have a timeout after this exchange. I would imagine we're due for a TV timeout or a media timeout. It's called a madiZONE timeout. They're doing it for us. Kane back to punt for JMU. Snap a bit high. Gunner guns one out. Fair catch called for and pulled in at the 16. They're going to mark it at the 17-yard line. Timeout on the field here at Bridgeford Stadium. And coming up, well, in a couple of weeks, a little celebration for particularly those with the Greek organizations. A little bit more on that. Let's take it down to field level with Gabrielle Smith. Gabby?
September 26th at 6:30 p.m. in the club level of Bridgeford Stadium. Reserve your seat today at jmubootclub.com/auction.
Now we're not picking up Gabrielle's audio. Well, sorry, Gabby, we're not hearing you. We are not hearing Gabby, so we'll have to see if we can get down to field side again with her in just a little while. So timeout on the field here at Bridgeford Stadium. Again, the Dukes next weekend on the road at Villanova, taking on the Wildcats. And the opener of CAA play for the JMU Dukes. All right, let's go back down to Gabby now. I think we've got her audio now working. All right, let's go. There we go. I can hear you now. That's right.
Okay, great. JMU Athletics will be partnering with the Alumni Association and Greek Life to present the 2014 Greek Tailgate Cook-Off. In a challenge to determine the best Greek tailgate cook, this event will bring together JMU Greek individuals and JMU Greek alumni. The event will take place September 27th for the JMU versus Delaware football game and will begin at noon on Hillside Field near Taylor Hall. The cost entry per team is $100. This will include 4 JMU tickets, 1 Hillside parking pass, 1 C4 parking pass, and 4 gift participants. If your team needs more than 4 tickets, additional tickets will be sold for $13. The winners of the challenge will receive a JMU trophy, JMU spatulas, and will be recognized on the field during the game. And if you need more information or to register, go to jmusports.com or email dukedog@jmu.edu. You must register by end of the day on Monday, September 15th in order to receive your participant gifts. That's all on the Greek Tailgate. Back to you, Kurt.
All righty, thank you very much. And she was certainly involved in some Greek activity last weekend, as many were here on campus. There was a lot of lost sleep over the last weekend.
Greek, yeah, rush week for sororities and,
well, you know, rush week very appropriate with the red flash coming in rushing the football. Little pump fake, and a pass is caught on the dive by Martin, and that's just enough to pick up the first down. No scoring here in the second half. Dukes with that 24-15 advantage. They advance the ball to the 33. Dre with Dixon back there with him. He's going to hand it off to Dixon. Bounces out to the outside, and the ankle tackle Titus Till there for JMU.
As you mentioned earlier, I think Dixon's biggest asset is being able, it's the yards after first contact. He just really bounces off well, and he's got those feet moving. He moves very well laterally, left and right.
It's almost like he runs right on the heels of his linemen to begin with, and then sheds off of them and gets around the corner. So
trying to get the defense to bite first, and then
he creates a log jam and then pops it to the outside. Handoff this time right up the middle, and he finds a seam. This is Bagley, and he's stopped by Dean Marlowe. And Bagley picks up a first down.
Kind of reminds me a little bit of Tiki Barber's running style too, as I just remember seeing Tiki Barber. He just always seemed to get out of log jams and tackles and just work his way to the outside.
First and 10, St. Francis. Still in its own territory are the Red Flash. Taking the handoff this time, Dreher will take it right up the middle. And he is wrestled down by Marlowe once again.
If only they had the punt, pass, kick, whatever competition for college kids, because Dreher does it all. He can run the ball, pass the ball, and punt the ball.
Seems suitable. Very multi-talented. Maybe one reason he went to St. Francis. Said, you let me play all these positions and I'll come here. Dixon takes the handoff. Dukes drag him down. Lee. Garen Stinney was there also for JMU, number 70.
Dreher from Hershey, Pennsylvania, too. Kind of talked about that last week in the soccer game. Maybe it's something in the chocolate, of course. VCU's best player was from Hershey, PA as well.
We just went by there last week this time on the way back from Lehigh. I think it was raining when we went through Hershey. And the handoff. Dixon this time not very far. Stinney making the stop.
And Lee on the left inside right there did a good job of tripping him up and slowing him down a little bit so Stinney could get over there and complete the tackle.
So second down and 10. 43-yard, the official spot. This time they'll put Big Bowman in the backfield as a lead blocker.
I was going to say, probably not going to be running the ball, probably lead blocking here for Dixon.
Yeah, clock down to 4 seconds when the snap comes, and Dixon cuts his way, continues to move on down to the 30-yard line, gains another first down. Dean Marlowe making the tackle. Marlowe being very active, but that's not necessarily a good thing. That means they're getting into that second level.
Dixon approaching the 200-yard mark. We'll see what they officially give him on that run. And exactly 200 yards now. 200-yard rushing day for Dixon. The second of his career, had 244 against Fordham. First game of the season.
And this guy had only 247 on the season last year. A pass in the air, it's caught and in stride, abide into the end zone. Touchdown, St. Francis, as the Red Flash into the end zone and pulled it within 3.
And their first passing / receiving touchdown of the season. Beautiful throw there by Dreher.
Marlowe looking up. Just as he looked up, the ball zipped right on past. All right, let's see what they do here. Remember, they ran for it the last time. This time they're going to go more conventional. Attempting the extra point, 24-21. Dukes with the 3-point advantage. Point after is good. Timeout on the field. 4:13 to go in the third quarter. And JMU, the lead dwindles down 24-22 here on madiZONE HD SportsNet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
Instead of asking yourself, where did those 4 years go? Think about where the next 40 will take you. Be involved at Madison. Dukes from day one, alumni for life.
If you love wings, if you love rings, and all kinds of other tempting things. Great times, great food, get to Quaker Steak and Lube.
Get our Best Wings USA signature sauces, mouth-watering appetizers, or any of our delicious award-winning lube favorites.
Great times, great food, get to Quaker Steak and Lube.
The Residence Inn by Marriott provides guests with plenty of room. Room to recharge. Room to prepare. Room to relax. Stay one night or as long as you like. The Residence Inn by Marriott provides each guest with amenities tailored to their individual needs. Spacious suites with all the comforts of home, because it's not just a room, it's a residence.
Play. 83-yard drive, 4:29 off the game clock. 24-22 with 4:13 to go. JMU still out in front and still Tapley without a chance to return.
Kesey likes kicking from left to right.
Apparently so. Hey, join us back on campus October 31st and November 2nd for homecoming weekend. The alumni staff are planning some great events, including the homecoming golf tournament. That's something new. Homecoming headquarters, reunions, the 80s night featuring the Reflex. I might have to check out that. You can find all the information from alumni.jmu.edu homecoming / homecoming 2014. See, I was in college in the 80s, so makes a little sense.
I'll just keep my mouth shut right there. Not dig myself a deeper
That's right. That's okay. Now, you can tell by my hairline, or lack thereof. And a whistle. Flag will come out.
Number 72 of the offense, 5-yard penalty, first down.
So, false start against the Dukes. That's Eric Buckholtz, a redshirt senior. Played in 10 games last year with a start. Last year, and in 9 games in 2012, starting 4. He bounced around a little bit from offense to defensive line for a couple of seasons. So 1st and 15. Lee back to pass. He's got Daniel Brown once again today. Brown with 2 touchdowns. Liano with the tackle. Loss of 1 on the play, 2nd down and 11. Lee fakes as if he's going to run. Now he's going to take off. He's got some room to rumble. He's got a lot of room to rumble. He's to the 40, to the 50. Hesitates down to the other 40, to the 35, to the 30. Continuing on. Gets some great blocks downfield. Can he make it into the end zone? Touchdown, Vad Lee.
That's the Vad Lee we've been wanting to see in that run game right there. Beautiful run there for Vad Lee. Great blocking job downfield by the Dukes.
76 yards on the score. Vad Lee with the TD. He just kept that alive. Dodging tacklers, gets a couple of good blocks.
Cheatham there with the final block. Longest run play for the Dukes so far this season.
And the extra point is good. Blaine Stewart now the holder for the Dukes. Redshirt freshman, son of Bill Stewart, the late Bill Stewart, coach down at VMI in West Virginia.
Also one of the signal callers on the sidelines for the Dukes, sending in the plays to the quarterback.
So the Dukes back out in front now, 31-22. Answering the call. There he is, Vad Lee. Out of Durham, North Carolina. Well, if you'd like to join us a little bit here in the 4th quarter, we're going to give you an email address that you can write us. That address is madiZONE@jmu.edu. There it is, madiZONE@jmu.edu. Let us know where you're watching from today, who you might be rooting for. We'll give you a shout out. Somebody got a birthday, anniversary. Tomorrow is, I think it's Rashad Davis's birthday tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken.
Austin went out early. My grandparents, September 12th, just celebrated their 50th anniversary.
That's right. You were a little busy that weekend,
I
weren't
was.
you? You're still in the will, I understand.
Yes.
Okay, good.
And September 12th was the day they celebrated it, and I'm sure they're probably listening in somewhere. But happy anniversary to you all.
Kickoff from the 35. This is going to squib and bounce out of bounds. That'll be delay a game. Illegal procedure. All of the above.
That run now ranks as the longest run in CAA this season as well.
At least coming into today, we don't know of any that may have happened today.
Previously, Villanova had a 61-yard run.
Who ran that one?
Does not say.
Okay, it's probably in another, somewhere else in all the statistics. Here's Everett Withers. Played against the Dukes back in the early 80s when he was a defensive back for Mac Brown and Appalachian State. Of course, Brown went on to coach Texas, North Carolina, and Texas.
And as you said earlier, coached against the Dukes in 2008. Or 2010, I mean, yeah, as interim head coach of the Tar Heels.
You'll make that 11. It's 2011. 2010 was the year the Dukes won Virginia Tech. Just
there was an anniversary right there.
That's right, yep. 4 years ago Thursday, 21-16. There's still folks in the Harrisonburg area that put out little signs that just say 21-16. Second down and 9. There are a lot of Virginia Tech fans here in this area. And a flag goes flying. I was on local radio a couple weeks ago, and somebody I didn't bring it up, but they brought it up. I said, sorry, not sorry, one of those deals. But I do have a lot of Hokie alums that live on my street, including, well, my daughter when she lived with us. Illegal shift is the call. Third down. They're going to decline the penalty. So just the short run will give them yardage up to the 40. So third down and 5 at the 40-yard line.
Was your daughter a student at Tech when that game took place?
No, she had actually she had graduated in May.
Okay.
Yes. But she was very happy last Saturday, and she's probably equally sad today. Third down and 5. Dreher going over the top, too far for a bye. I think the pressure, even though it didn't get quite to the quarterback, was there to force him to get rid of it just a little early. Now the Dukes will have a chance to get it back after the badly 76-yard run. Tapley is deep to receive back at the 20. Dreher back here to punt. Oh, the Dukes, look at this here. Dukes are setting up a little differently now after what they originally saw. And it's going to be the rugby style, and this is going to be shanked. Wow, way up here, way up to the top. Let's see if they can figure this one out. We got one official continuing on. And they're going to say out at the 48-yard line.
Some of those ones like that, how do you even tell where it went out of bounds? I mean, that just completely shanked.
That would be a good question to. I know actually a Division I official goes all over the place. I'm going to ask next time I see him about how they mark a ball like that, how they spot it. I mean, that punt was 8 yards. Now the Dukes will have their shortest field to work with. given, of course, the 47-yard interception return. This is where they'll start. Duke's pause here, a change in the play. And Duke's can't make the change. Bad Lee's going to call timeout.
Coach Withers actually applauding Bad Lee right there. I think he recognized the leadership of Lee right there, and not to force the play, realizing it was breaking down, and just, hey, we'll take a timeout, because as we talked about earlier, timeouts aren't really that important to the Dukes in the way they run their offense.
Well, congratulations, JMU Field Hockey Dukes. They are ranked number 20 in the country, but they've won 4 in a row to start the season. I predicted a 4-0 win yesterday. Amy Spring is here to validate that, but I was wrong. It ended up 7-1.
In a good way, yeah, you were wrong.
It was 7-1.
App State, right?
Yeah, over App State. Katie Wineset, a freshman with a couple of goals. Taylor West, always good for a couple. And Lou Stenches, she scored a couple as well. Bethany Ashworth capped it off. 7-1. Dukes tomorrow against nationally ranked Northwestern. It'll be number 20 against number 13. That's down in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Handoff goes to Latney. Latney around the right edge. Stays on his feet after he makes initial contact. Here comes a late flag. And Dukes might get called for a holding here is my guess, but that is purely a guess.
Holding, number 9 of the offense. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Replay, first down.
Good guess, unfortunately, for JMU fans.
Well officiated ball game so far, and not one call I can think about that we've kind of scratched our head or whatnot. Always good to see is referees are trying to get back in midseason form too.
Well, and we've talked, at least in the first 2 games while we're on the JMU and TELUS Wireless broadcast network, about how the up-tempo oftentimes affects the officiating crew too, because they need to be Johnny on the spot and hustling around and doing their job in order for these up-tempo offenses to get in gear. Lee fakes the handoff. Latney, here's another flag. This is possibly another holding call, but the catch is made on the sideline. Is that Tapley with the catch? But it's probably going to come back again on another holding call, I would guess. Duncan makes the tackle. No, actually, Bad Lee is going to say it's on the opposition. Well, this will be an interesting one. Okay. Eric Zeberline up here says he thinks it's a blow to the face mask. Let's see. Might be a personal foul.
Personal foul. Defense number 72. Continued contact to the helmet. That penalty is tacked on half the distance to the goal. Automatic first down.
Well, there you have it. Good call there, Eric. You saw it.
We're good at this guessing game now.
Yeah, so far. I think Buckholtz was the who got it. Here you get a chance to look at it. Oh, yeah. Okay, so, and there's an interesting call.
Yeah, I was going to ask, wonder if they would allow that or not.
They let him, usually if you lose a helmet, you have to leave the game for an equipment malfunction. However, because it was caused by the defender, they're going to allow Buckholtz to remain in the game. So 1st and 10 now for the Dukes inside the 14-yard line. Sweeping around to this side, and a whistle. This will stop play. Juwan Latney had a difficulty hanging on to it. False start is the call against the Dukes.
DeAndre Smith, the man in motion on that play.
It was Smith. Was it Smith that pulled in that previous catch? I believe it was. That's all right. We'll see if we can pick that out. So now a 1st and 15. Handoff, fake to Latney. Now the throw to the corner. Flag is asked for, but will not be received. Tapley, the intended receiver that time. Second down and 15.
JMU 3 for 3 in the red zone tonight. Now they're back in the red zone looking to continue that perfect trend.
Interesting formation. Handoff goes to Latney. Latney breaks a tackle. He's going to head towards the end zone, and he's tripped up just as he gets to the end of the sticks. And it's enough as he slides forward, tumbles forward to the 2-yard line for a 1st and goal. The Dukes will hustle out here. Trips to the right. Handoff goes to Latney. Touchdown, Jawan Latney. Well, that's a career high for that senior. First time in his career he's been in the end zone twice in the same season. Always like to see those guys that hang around for a long time to get rewarded. There goes Jawan. Touchdown, JMU, and they've opened up their largest lead of the ball game, 37-22. Arnone with the extra point. Stewart to hold. And it's good. .102 to go in the third. And the Dukes out in front now, 38-22. So they have now reached a season high on points. Still early in the season, quite obviously. That scoring drive, 5 plays, 48 yards. 1:08 off the clock. And Latney with his 2nd touchdown run of the season, this one from 2 yards out. Dukes with 7 in the first, 17 in the second, now 2 scores here in the third. St. Francis scored 15 in the first, added 1 touchdown here in the third with a 38-22 at the moment. Kick return coming out to the 27-yard line. And the return up to the 27.
Interesting to see if St. Francis changes their tempo here. It is a 2-possession ball game, being 16 points. More likely a 3-possession ball game because that 2-possession includes getting 2 2-point conversions. But they do have that slow tempo, a lot of running game, and just over 15 minutes to get that done.
Now Dukes avoiding the big explosive plays defensively would be key. And ball carrier again was Dickens. And the cannon fired off a little late, I think. Second down and 8 at the 30. High snap, pulled in, Dixon. Ridden down after a gain of 5 yards on the play. 2nd down and 3. Fans asked to get excited again in the 3rd down situation. But that'll be the end of the 3rd quarter of play. So the Dukes will go into the 4th with a 38-22 lead when we come back here on madiZONE HD SportsNet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
When we told you the neighbors got to stay past midnight, you told us we're not the neighbors.
When we told you the neighbors got a pony,
A swimming pool, a dirt bike, you told us
we're not the neighbors. But now the neighbors have truly unlimited data from Intelos, and everyone gets their own smartphone.
So, what do you say now?
More phones, more lines, and more data. Stand up and demand more. Act now and get 10 gigs of data with unlimited talk and text for just $45 a month plus 0 down on all smartphones. And Telos, wireless for the people.
I knew going to JMU would be more about just getting a master's.
I just knew that it was the place for me.
I feel as though that I'm a part of the institution.
You will never meet a stranger. Everyone is always willing to help you out and to help you through your graduate experience here at James Madison University.
The graduate school here is a great choice.
The education that you receive is top-notch.
It's one of the best in the country. And from here, everything is possible.
You can't keep putting it off.
Hey, I overheard your other issue. You know we can take care of that too.
You do? Prostate exams?
Well, yeah, it's the same thing, just for cars. We'll bundle it. It'll be cheaper.
I like cheaper.
Pretty much the same isn't the same.
It's cheaper!
Want the facts? Learn more at that'sthetruth.com.
Well, welcome back. We go to the fourth quarter here on madiZONE HD SportsNet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association. 38-22, JMU with the lead. We did ask for emails, and boy, did we get some emails. This is definitely a madiZONE single game record. I haven't counted them all yet, but there are a lot of them, including one from Laura Kirkendall. We knew that would happen.
I called that one, didn't I?
You did call that one. Yes, you did. Let's see what they call here. This is the Wildcat this time. And the Dukes smell it out. Sage Harold there to make the tackle as the snap goes directly back. That was, or actually maybe that was Capri Thompson, the other quarterback.
He may have gotten tripped up too. I'm not sure if he had his footing completely under him on that one.
15, another one of the duplicate numbers. That would I would assume to be who that was. Now Dreher back in punt formation.
Went away from the rugby kick there, straight up.
And he gets a favorable bounce. Well, JMU football will be on the road for Saturday, October the 4th at Albany. And the JMU Alumni Association sponsoring a tailgate prior to it, 3:30 to 5:30. Kickoff is at 6 at Maggie's Sports Bar and Cafe, which is located at 1186 Western Avenue in Albany, New York. Been a while since I've been in Albany. No registration required. Casual gathering area for JMU fans. Again, that's on October the 4th. Hope to see some alumni up there. Happy birthday to David Scott, celebrating today, as Donna sends her greetings. And there's a pass out to the flats and incomplete. She's watching from Raleigh, North Carolina. Second and 10 at the 20. John Staub watching with son Lucas. Go Red Flash. And Matt Camilletti, who's got the 2-point conversion. Lee will keep it this time. John, thank you for your kind words. As Silla makes the tackle.
Look a little shaken up too there, kind of stretching his leg after the play, maybe a little leg cramp.
Third down and 12. Lee, some pressure comes. Lee steps up, throws, and overthrown. Nice interception it is, as it's tapped up. And the receiver, or the defensive back on the far side, eventually pulled in, and that is Minter with the interception as he tapped it to himself.
Minter with his first interception of the season, just the second of the season for St. Francis.
Well, an athletic and acrobatic play.
Had 6 interceptions all of last season, which was good enough to lead the team.
Well, you see the way that he's got great agility.
And he got 2 interceptions in the game against JMU last season here at Bitchworth Stadium. He got NEC Defensive Player of the Week during that week.
And looks like JMU is going to get penalized with another 15-yard penalty at the end of the run. And Minter from Johnstown, Pennsylvania, from Greater Johnstown High School, 5'11", 170 pounds. He was one of 2 Daquans in the game last year. Of course, JMU's Daquan Scott, 42 tackles, 30 solo.
Johnstown, PA, site of the famous Johnstown flood.
Are we getting a history lesson now?
St. Francis looking to flood some more points on the scoreboard.
There you go. Flood from the flash. 1st and 10 at the JMU 30. Dreher back to quarterback again, going over the middle, and he and the receiver not on the same page. Frank Fallis, the tight end.
Don Bosco Prep. Sports school.
Yeah,
right
that's you say that, you think athletics.
It wasn't a bad throw. It almost looked like he just wasn't ready. Didn't have his head turned. Yeah. Maybe miscommunication on.
So I say they weren't quite on the same page. Didn't quite run the route either, or Dreher. And off goes to Dixon, and he trips up in the backfield. He lost his footing that time. Well, we were talking about the field hockey Dukes in their 4-0 start in national ranking. Well, Jim and Roberta Saylor, whose daughter Jade is a senior, are watching from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Big play here for the JMU Dukes at a 3rd and 12 now.
Might be 4-down territory for St. Francis.
Well, down by 16.
Especially the field position. Again, that no man's land, not quite field goal range, not too close to punt.
Pressure comes, and the pass, it's all broken up. And here comes a flag. Maybe too much contact, pass interference, potentially. I don't know. That was interesting. It looked like a rugby scrum on the far side with all the receivers and the defensive backs just all in one lump.
I think it might be a little bit of a judgment call here, too, if they're going to call pass interference, because you do have 5 yards of contact you're allowed to give off the line. We'll see. Maybe they'll pick the flag up.
Well, let's see. Well, they're going to get a call.
Holding, number 16, to the defense. 10-yard penalty because the foul happened behind the line of scrimmage. 3rd down.
So still 3rd down, so it ends up as a 10-yard penalty.
And Dean Marlowe very upset with the call. Showing a lot of body language there. I honestly couldn't even see what was going on there. There were so many bodies over there.
So 3rd down and 2 now from the 22. Another big 3rd down situation here. Still early in the 4th. Trying to keep this a 2-possession game and stop it here. Dixon bowls his way, and I think on the 2nd spin, he rinses out a 1st down.
One of the first times tonight I've really seen Dixon kind of power his way through the middle. He usually takes a more finesse approach, like you said, riding on the heels of his linemen and then finding a hole to bounce off the outside. But there, he just powered through, knowing he just needed a yard or 2 to get the 1st down.
Rakeem Stallings eventually brings him down, but it's a little too late to set up a 4th down. Now Bowman steps real close to the line of scrimmage. Handoff goes to Dixon. Dukes fly in there, and who was that? Was that Marlowe that cut in to slow him down initially?
Looks like it was.
Well, Gates ends up with the tackle. Got secondary players in there also. Hand off again to Dreher. Make that Dixon tries to bounce it outside. The Dukes say no way. Jimmy Moreland, Taylor Reynolds, excuse me, there to make the tackle. Jimmy's on this side. Jimmy with the interception return. Now an exchange of personnel for the Dukes.
St. Francis with 273 total rushing yards. AMU average is allowing 286 yards a game on the ground.
Abdul Bangura in there now. I'm sure he's been in the game earlier, but working in the linebacker spot. Handoff, inside handoff to Dixon, and nothing doing there. Marlowe. Rakeem Stallings with some celebration. Number 7. 4th down, field goal unit coming on. Now 4th and 8. Giese to attempt the field goal as he's going to have the ball spotted at the 24. To make it a 34-yard attempt here by Giese. The kick far enough, but the band says nope, wide to the left, and the officials agree. 10:18 to go, timeout on the field.
Just hooked that one too much, of course, kicking from the right hash, so trying to compensate for that. Got too much on it.
All right, let's take it down to field side now. As coming up in a couple of weeks, the Duke Club hopes to raise a little money. How are they going to do that, Autumn?
Kurt, they're actually going to host their annual W.M. Jordan Duke Club Scholarship Auction on Friday, September 26th at 6:30 p.m. here in Bridgeport Stadium, but on the club level. The 7th annual event will include both live and silent auctions, hors d'oeuvres, open bar, and appearances by JMU coaches and student athletes. Last year, this event raised $45,000 for both student athlete scholarships and the general operating budget. But this year, the bar is set very high. They want to raise $55,000. For you, tickets go on sale for $25, and reservations can be made at jmudukeclub.com/RSVP or by phone at 540-568-3853. There are also many sponsorship and donation opportunities. For more information on that, you can email them at dukeclub@jmu.edu, or you can give them a ring at 540-568-6461. Back up to you, Kurt.
All right, thank you very much. That's a real fun event. If you've not been to the scholarship auction, it's a great evening for everyone. I truly enjoy it. I have a great time with talking to all the fans and folks and supporters of JMU Athletics. So Dukes take over here at the 20-yard line as Vad Lee, who has the over 100 yards rushing today, thanks to that 76-yard score, carries it this time. Duncan with the tackle. And the Dukes back to the line of scrimmage. Only a gain of 1 for Lee on that carry. We'll have some more Alumni Association tailgate plans here coming your way in just a moment. Another pass out to the flats, and Jawan Latney was intended. The Dukes will play at Charlotte on October the 25th, and on the 24th from 6 until 10. The Charlotte Marriott South Park Terrace Ballroom will be a day before tailgate, so to speak. Free admission, space is limited, RSVP is required. Food and cash bar, special scheduled appearances by President Alger. Jeff Bourne will be there, the AD, and head coach Everett Withers. If I get there in time, I might show up, but that doesn't really mean much, but maybe I'll just go. So that's on Friday, October the 24th.
Coach Withers is really looking forward to that game. It's a homecoming for him.
That's right, yeah.
Charlotte area,
absolutely.
Really recruiting that area hard.
You know, we heard the cannon go over a little while ago, and gentleman writes in, watching the game from Yorktown, Virginia. A few cannons went off there a few times. Son is on the cannon crew. He's actually the cannon crew commander. How about a camera shot of the boys on the hill? Well, we might get a chance to work one of those in for you. Part of the game day atmosphere here. Here's a gunner of a punt by Kane. Abide with the catch.
One of those names that just kind of fits the position.
It does, doesn't it? You know, well, it's like when I saw that the Dukes are going to sign Gage Steele. Is there a better, unless he's in WWF wrestling, there's not a better sport that he should play.
Yeah.
There you go. There's the Cannon crew. How about that? They're just kind of waiting for the Dukes to score so they can.
One of the nice reviews on campus right there where they stand on the hill, kind of see right into the stadium, see over there on East Campus.
Yeah, they used to be around the corner here, a little closer to the smokestack, or the steam stack here, just to our left. All right, back to the ball game here with 1st and 10 at the 39. Dreher will hand it off, and this is a nice ball carry. Bagley is the ball carrier. Rakeem Stallings. But a pickup of a little more than 10 yards, so a 1st down. First and 10 at the 49. Dreher looks. That may be a busted play. Dreher's going to make something out of it. Ball is loose. Ball is loose. The Dukes are celebrating. Let's wait and see if the officials agree, and I think they will. And they do, as the referee signals 1st down JMU. Well, it did look like a broken up play to begin with. It's coming off the bottom of the pile. Who is that? Jimmy Moreland. Imagine that.
Wow.
I heard Mike Schickman out at halftime saying, I'm just going to start saying Jimmy.
You know, he was alluding to the tipped kickoff before halftime where it ended up being Xavier Gates, because I just said Moreland because I assume any crazy play like that's going to be Jimmy Moreland. So he's got a block kick on the season, got an interception return for a touchdown. He's got a fumble recovery right there.
2 interceptions overall after the pick at Maryland. All right, Latney back there at tailback again. He's going to take the handoff and he's going to power his way through. Well, I'm starting to see a little development here where you use the quick Miller early. And then, of course, they did sprinkle in a little Latney in the first half, but then use the power running of Latney more in the second half. This time, Latney tries to pick his way and then ducks the head and lunges forward for a couple. Moose makes the tackle from Honolulu, Hawaii. And Latney, this isn't a good sign, and he's going to come hobbling off. And so there I go, Jimmy. John Miller.
Athletic trainer Scott Cook running after him, too.
Here goes Vad Lee. Lee breaks the tackle, now down to the 34. Dennis, another tackle.
Nice little shake and bake move on Jerome there at the end of this play right here. Number 1, you'll see kind of bounce right off of him right there.
Yeah. Here's Lee again. This time he's going to go to the air, going over the top. He's got a man, and it's knocked down at the last instant. Was that Jerome that knocked it down? Yep. Excellent play there by Jerome. Pretty well thrown ball. And Tapley, the intended receiver. As Cheatham goes in motion, sits up in the slot. Now pulling it down will be Lee. Lee eludes a tackler down to the 21-yard line. And Lee's starting to run with a little more authority today. Jerome with the tackle.
Looked like a little option play right there because he kind of pulled it out of Miller's hands at the last second.
Yep. Actually, Latney with his first career 100-yard rushing game. He had a 90-plus yard game a couple of years ago, actually against Richmond, as Duncan makes the tackle there. So the Dukes with a couple of backs, as Lee now with officially 177 yards on the ground. Dixon on the other side of the ball, 215. Lee again, this time he's looking to throw, and is going to throw it away. Intended for one of the cheerleaders.
National champion cheerleaders, not national champion.
That's right.
Pass catchers.
Not much on the receiving end. Well, you were talking about the trainers a little while ago. An email came in from Waltham, Massachusetts. Email about niece Danielle Scanlon in her first year as an athletic trainer on the football team here.
From my neck of the woods.
I was going to say, isn't it? That's her Aunt Debbie.
From Andover, Massachusetts, Andover High School.
Lee pump fakes, gets in trouble, gets away, but not the second time. And the first sack of the afternoon.
First sack of the season for St. Francis right there. Took them nearly 3 ball games to get their first sack.
That's Bear on the tackle. Well, Latney, we're getting a little word from the sideline. They're looking at his foot, basically. Left foot? Okay. No diagnosis from here, quite obviously, but that's what they seem to be looking at.
Propped up there on one of the tables, shoe off. Looks like his shoe's going back on now.
Delay of game, offense, 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
Delay a game on the JMU offense, 4th down.
There he is walking around a little bit now on the sidelines.
Well, here's an interesting lot watching from out in Seattle. 3 JMU alumni here. Matt Louse, 13. Allison Too Tall Smurl. And Billy Smith, William Smith, who works for the Seahawks. And he was actually working athletics communications at one time, too. And that's a bad punt by Gunnar Kane, his worst by far. That one just went off the side of his foot. And that's unfortunate because his average was very healthy, and that'll put a dent into it.
Punted very well tonight. And I think he just tried to get too particular there. He was working with a shorter field. Going back to Latney, he did have surgery on his Achilles over about a year ago. So that could be a cause for concern as well in the offseason.
Oh, to finish up our note from the Seattle folks, they also have a UNC alum, Peter Bach, also watching, and they've converted him into a Duke today. Good job out there.
Surprised they're rooting for anybody with D-U-K-E in their name.
That is very true. Ball is tipped up in the air. It's going to fall incomplete. Well, he did get a lot. Let's see. One more I'm going to get in here. The Colorado Kirkendalls are watching. Well, they always have to qualify because you never know where they end up next.
Yeah. I can't even keep up with them.
I know you have a change of address about every 6 months, I think.
Thanks, Mom and Dad.
2nd down and 10. This game just settling in as Sage Harrell with another tackle. Sage has had 3 very good ball games. He was praised quite a bit after the Maryland game by Coach Withers. Certainly played well last week, and he's had an influence here today. 3rd down and 9 at the 31. 5:33 to go. Duke's up 38-22. Pressure comes. Dreher eludes it. Now throws, and a nice catch pulled in by Terrell Smith. And it's good enough for the 1st down. You know, for a program that you don't hear a lot about, they've got a few very good, skilled athletes. You know, Dixon and Smith. There's Abide going out. He certainly has been influential. Racing off with the Dukes, Raven Green. Handoff goes to Bagley. Spins away from the first tackler, but can't get away from the second. Duke's just shuffling in players quickly. Bangura, Green back in. Xavier Gates gets that tackle. We've said a lot to Gates' name today. The way this scheme is, the defensive linemen aren't going to make a lot of tackles. But when they do, that's pretty good news. Here's a stunt coming from the other side, and they get the pass out to the opposite wing. And you saw a Sen Jock coming in from a linebacker spot. They flare it out to Bagley. It's good enough for a first down, just barely so.
It's just a 16-point ball game, still a 2-possession game, 2 touchdowns, 2-point conversions, and St. Francis, I believe, still has all 3 of their timeouts. So you can get a quick score and 2-point conversion to make it an interesting ball game.
Hand off again to Bagley.
Gone a lot more to Bagley here in the second half.
Dukes have a player down.
Against Titus Till, maybe.
I'm not sure yet. It may. I don't know if it's Till or if it's number 7, Stallings.
You're at 7.
Yeah, it's Rakeem. I thought I saw him go down. And he is being tended to. I think it's his shoulder. Just the way he drove into the turf at the end of the play.
See it right.
Tough angle. Can we see it here? Oh, it looked like he got kicked a bit there. There's Coach Valerial.
Almost like he got the wind knocked out of him maybe too, because he kind of laid there motionless.
Yeah, he did kind of go limp there, didn't he? And I think he's got family watching today. I saw a Nasir Stallings, I assume. Let's see if we can get that email up. Yep, it's his cousin, Nasir, watching from Raleigh, North Carolina, saying go Dukes. And he's up on his feet. He's going to get aided off by the training crew. As he'll slowly work his way off. And his aunt Selena also watching from Raleigh. Appreciate all you guys watching today, and thanks to the JMU Alumni Association, all our sponsors, for making this a free product. Third year that we've been subscription free.
Second down, 5.
40th year reunion coming up for the class of '74. Got one of their members riding in and bottled up well behind the line of scrimmage. The Dukes defense all over it. Debbie Roberson. She says, I love JMU football. Class of '74. She was here when it all began.
First sack for JMU this afternoon. And first of their season too, so both JMU and St. Francis picking up their first sack of the season late in their third contest.
Well, Brandon Staley's been looking for the team's first sack, and that ball is picked off by Raven Green. Yes, they say it is. Wasn't sure on the far side if he stayed in bounds or not, but he does. Raven Green with the interception. Raven Green out of the 7-5-7. There he is. Raven is easy to pick out. You don't even have to know his jersey number.
He with that hair too.
Out of First Colonial, former Patriot, 5'11", 205 pounds. Had 5 starts as a true freshman. Now he has an interception. I think that's the first of his career. And John Miller back in the lineup for JMU. Pounding straight ahead to the 35. Shane Morris brings him down. Second down and 4. Miller bounces to the outside. Gains a couple of yards. Third down and 2 before Bishop Neal halts the play. Dukes will be back in home action 2 weeks from today against those Delaware Blue Hens. I heard Duke Dog was prank calling UD. Handoff, nope, it's going to be kept by the Dukes QB, and Lee will squirt his way forward, and I think he gets the first down here. Shard Davis is going to come in. Cheatham's going to step out.
Said home game in 2 weeks. Dukes don't have any back-to-back home games this
No,
year.
it's on again, off again, on again, off again, which it's unusual, but I kind of like it.
Yeah,
it allows you to get in, particularly with all the things that we do from the production standpoint. Quite frankly, it allows us to get into a groove on things and schedule things out better. You don't get jammed up with everything. And you can enjoy the Dukes at home, and then enjoy the Dukes if they come to your hometown. Dukes will be up in New York twice, on Long Island, and then Albany, Stony Brook, and Albany on the road. Villanova in the Philadelphia area. Women's soccer there this weekend. Then down to North Carolina. They're going to measure. Hey, they do, and first down, JMU.
Literally by just the nose of the football right there.
Don't forget, after the ball game, we will hang around. We'll take a look at stats, review the highlights, go over the scoring, and eventually we'll hear from coaches and players from both teams. Just stay right here with our post game here on madiZONE as Lee will rush it. Neal, another tackle. Neal's been busy today. Handoff this time to Hill, the transfer from Tennessee. He gets decleated in the backfield. McGaughan Evanson. Third down and 3. Game in a couple weeks here at Delaware is a 4 o'clock game just like this one. Now, when we have television here, madiZONE will be blacked out in those areas where television coverage is provided. So I think you'll be okay in Seattle. There goes Hill, and he wheels about for the first down.
I told my mom that's the one positive of them moving to Colorado.
That's true.
They'll get me, and not being in Massachusetts in the CAA market, they won't get the Comcast SportsNet or whatever it is.
Mentor makes the tackle. Yeah, no NBC games from Bridgeport Stadium this year, so the national coverage. Today's attendance, 23,577. 23577. Not quite a sellout as the clock winds down. As JMU improves to 2-1. St. Francis will dip to 1-2. 38-22 is the final, and in the home opener, well, that trend continues where the Dukes win their first home game of the season. And a good one for Coach Everett Withers and his staff. We saw what we anticipated with the running game of Kahari Dixon. We also saw the offense that we saw last week in the second half against Lehigh. Did sputter at times, but that's going to happen, I think, the way this is all set up here with this offense. Sometimes it can be a quick 3 and out, but you can also see it can be a quick strike down the field. We'll take a look at the summary of possessions and what have you ultimately and see no real long drives for the Dukes here again today. 38-22, the final here as the Dukes improved to 2-1 and 3-0 in this all-time series. All 3 games have been played right here. Now down at the opposite end, they're down opposite end of the APC, the Athletics Performance Center. The Robert and Francis Plecker Athletics Performance Center. And the football Dukes and the band will sing the alma mater with the handful of students that are still down at that end of the football stadium. Still need to learn that there are 4 quarters in this game. So we'll stick around and see if we can pick that up for you a little better. May check a few more emails. Here in our post game, we will go through the scoring again, recap your statistics, highlights, and hear from the coaches and a couple of players from both teams. So the alma mater after a 38-22 win. As the Dukes with the victory here this afternoon. I think we need a timeout here, and we're going to take a quick break. I do believe we've got one timeout to work in here. So we're going to take that break, and we'll come back and take a look at things once again for you here on madiZONE HD SportsNet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
Flying would be a great way to travel if you could get rid of the city traffic, the parking fees, and the long lines at the airport. At SHD, you can. We're in your community, just minutes from Harrisonburg, Stanton, and Waynesboro. That means no traffic to fight, and parking is free. Our friendly staff will get you on your way quickly with connecting flights that can take you anywhere. Best of all, it's affordable. In many cases, cheaper than driving hours to the larger airports. Visit flyshd.com today to see how affordable your local airport can be.
Well, you see there on the JMU board, JMU wins today, 38-22. Kirk Dudley, Joe Kirkendall here on the post-game show as the Dukes improve to 2-1 and do so with a game in which they almost come up with 500 yards of total offense, just come 15 shy and yield 420. And I talked to Coach Withers during his football TV show the other day about is it very typical to see in an offense the way that he's running things here that the opposition also comes up with pretty big yardage? He said, yeah, that's not uncommon. Certainly you want to minimize it as best you can, but the idea is just score touchdowns. I mean, it's simple as that. It sounds, pretty almost too simple, but just put pressure on the opposition to chase you basically, and just doing it with a different style, the up tempo, and work from there. So
defense did a really good job adjusting in the second half there, like Withers said, went into the locker room, wanted to clean up the rush defense. I think they really did that. You can hold Dixon to about 70 yards or so there in the second half. That's successfully ended up with 250 yards, over 600 yards out of the still the rush defense kind of bared down, and JMU forced a lot of turnovers, and there were even some turnovers that they didn't really convert on per se, like forcing fumbles and not getting the ball back, but 3 turnovers, and offense continues to pound the ball. No possession was more than 3 minutes and 4 seconds.
And those were interesting, Joe, because you look, they were the final 2 possessions.
Yeah,
so to me, that's somewhat of an indicator that when they need to, they can churn out the clock and wear out the clock, which.
And before that, the only one that went more than 2 minutes was, excuse me, 2 of them went more than 2 minutes. 1 2 minutes 10 seconds, so just over, and the other one 2 minutes 51 seconds. A lot of different 1 minute and some change drives, and all the ones with touchdowns and whatnot were 1 minute and change.
All right, so 38-22 again was the score.
Marching Royal Dukes make their way back on the field.
Yeah, I think what we'll do, we may watch them for just a little bit of a performance here or two, as they're going to play it to the opposite side, as a number of fans have stuck around for that. So we will, Joe and I will take just a short break and let you watch the Marching Royal Dukes as we kind of get ourselves reorganized for our post game. And we'll join you back here just a little bit. So enjoy the Marching Royal Dukes for a few moments here. And we'll continue with our recap here as the Dukes with a win, 38-22, here on madiZONE HD SportsNet.
And now, in their 43rd season, Virginia's finest, the James Madison University Marching Royal Dukes! The Marching Royal Dukes open their show with the DSU from GSW's Requiem. Our first show will feature music from an Italian theme, as the Dukes will be taking their 6th trip abroad this December, touring Italy and performing in the Vatican for their own New Year's Day Parade and Festival. We continue our Italian show with the music of Billy Joel, featuring trombone soloist Ryan Doherty, piano soloist Megan Hendricks, our color guard and Dukettes dance team. Please enjoy Scenes from an Italian Restaurant. Ladies and gentlemen, if you focus your attention to the middle of the field, please welcome the JMU Drumline. Let's hear it for the James Madison University Drumline!
Would you like to hear one more for the band? While the band resets, we invite all of our band parents, alumni, family and friends, and all JMU Band Day participants to the field at the conclusion of our performance for our post-game dismissal. And now, please join the Marching War Dukes in their second fight song, Bill Chase's Get It On!
Goes off to them. Congratulations to them, and it's just something that we as a team got to learn to get better at. But defensively, they put pressure on our quarterback, and they did some good things, and they created turnovers, which is.
Folks are trying to connect with the audio of our post-game press conference. And we'll see if we can get that cleared up for you in just a moment.
The linebacker didn't recover. He made a big mistake, and he did well. But we left the middle of weren't getting off our blocks up front, and yeah, he did a good job. He had a big day. So I think he's going to have a great career ahead of him.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for...
I think, you know, front a little bit. They did some bear front on us. You know, they adjusted.
We got.
Part of our normal game plan. I mean, that's a lot of what we do. We're, you know, a power team, but obviously anytime an opponent can do some things and you can see some things on tape, it helps. You know, I felt you know, we picked some things off the tape that that Lehigh did well, and you know, we took it for ourselves. So you know, it's just something that, you know, any coach, as you're breaking down film, you try to find them little nicks and knacks here and there, and like I said, in the second half they adjusted to it. You know, it's something that you can't simulate. It's something that's very hard to simulate at practice, and I mean, it took these guys a while to get used to it. I mean, that's tough, and when you're trying to sub in and out, it's tough. It's tough on any team, and that's a nice tempo. It's a quick tempo, and I think they're gonna see dividends for it. It's gonna pay off for them.
Oh yeah, we should have ran more blitzes towards the middle, towards him, but he did a pretty good job of finding the hole and running through it. I give him props on that. You gotta give credit when it's due. He did a good job, 200 yards rushing on us. Yeah, I knew he was capable of being loose like that because he came from Georgia Tech, triple option, so I knew, but we were covering deep, but we just got to finish on the plays next time.
Yeah, I mean, that was our plan. Our plan was to run them. You know, we felt that if we could control the line of scrimmage and run the ball, we'd have a chance in the fourth quarter. Unfortunately, like I said, you know, he had a big day, but we just gave up too many big plays. So I mean, that was part of what we wanted to do coming in. You know, a lot of play action type passes. You know, 3-step drops with a young quarterback. So that was all in our game plan. But you know, it's just it's part of who we are. We like to run the ball and you know, set up the play action, and we just got to get better at it.
I felt like the zone plays was working early in the game. I was hitting one cut through, late in the game, I felt like a couple power was hit. You know, I got a couple big plays with some power. So where you went first? Definitely feeling that. Chris, I think you said you wanted to pull balance. Did that really pass? Just one good pass.
I don't think we were. We weren't balanced enough, and it's something that we've been struggling with the first 3 weeks here, and we have a lot of work to do. You know, we tried to do some things. They took some things away. They were always rotating their coverages. So, you know, when you have a young quarterback, you got to keep it simple, and they did a good job of keeping him off balance. Very deflating. Anytime that you start getting something going, and then you know, something like that happens with a young team, it's very deflating. But these are all things that we can correct and control, and they did a great job of stripping. I don't know if you saw, but I can't remember the defender's number, but he came up and knocked that ball out. I mean, it was a nice chop. So, you know, obviously that's good coaching. I mean, you know, hats off to the defensive staff on teaching that. So. We just got to get better.
What happened with the change of rewarding prayer that occurred?
You know, Max, just throughout the week, he had a hip injury. We thought he'd be okay. He just wasn't 100%. You know, coming into this game, knowing how fast this defense was, we just felt that he couldn't protect himself. So we just, I don't want to put him out there and get him hurt again. And so we went with the young guy and got him some experience.
Anything else? Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, that's Coach Chris Valerial, who is an all-pro, former all-pro NFL offensive lineman. And his team, as you said there, saw there or heard there, is that the reason why we did not see the typical starting quarterback in Max Ward is he was banged up a bit, so they went ahead with Dreher this week and gave him some experience here this afternoon. Statistically, as we wait for the Dukes and Coach Everett Withers to show up, 22 on the scoreboard for St. Francis, 38 for the Dukes of JMU. Both teams with 24 first downs. JMU with 338 yards on the ground on 51 carries. There you see statistically. For the Red Flash, 54 carries, 292 yards, 128 in the air, 147 in the air for the Dukes. As Vadley, 14 for 31, one interception. His receptions rate or his completion rate right around 50%. That's something that I'm sure Dukes want to strive to get up a bit. For the Red Flash, 11 of 22 and 2 interceptions. Total offensive plays, 76 for St. Francis, 420 yards of total low. For the Dukes, 485 on 82 plays here today. Some of the other key numbers, Dukes did possess the ball a little longer than they did last weekend in the win, almost 25 minutes, leaving 35 minutes for SFU with the ball. Dukes were 6 of 16 on third down conversions, 4 of 13. And it's interesting, the third down conversions, I don't think the Dukes want many third down tries. They want to go 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. So actually eliminating third downs be big. Let's go now to Vadley as he is joining us now.
Great blocking. I remember seeing Dean Cheatham just taking his guy and driving him. Like Michael Orr in that movie. But so credit all the guys that was blocking. Everybody, you know, competed well on that play. And it was just so much open grass. And we just needed to make a play at that point because, you know, we struggled being consistent on offense. So we really needed that.
We settled down. We were a little rowdy in the beginning, you know, first home game. But then as we settled down, we all came together and flew to the ball a little bit. Had a lot of fun.
I love Jimmy, man.
He's a great player.
Jimmy's a great player.
Ball hawk.
I got high expectations for him through the years here.
Yeah. We got to keep him grounded.
They were playing more off. I mean, every time I felt like we got out there was only a couple of times where they really got in my face and pressed. They were playing more off coverage. So from the start, I had about 10 yards of space to work with. I think that was the difference.
That's Daniel Brown. Sage Harrell, number 3 there.
Yeah, again, the offensive line was just doing a great job. Coaches called a lot of run plays for me. And the way they was playing, it was just there. So, we have those plays depending on how the defense is going to play us, and we really executed today. Yeah, I feel like we did an okay job. We just got to get a little better at, putting the game away. And that's my job as a leader of the offense. I can do a better job in that. And, we're going to get better from here. It's always good to say that you can get better with a win. And I'm certainly happy that we got this win and going to get better. Yeah, we got some rhythm a couple of times in the game. Last week we did a good job of that in the second half. So going into this game, we really was able to move the ball, run the ball well, which we want to do, and execute.
I mean, we prepared all week for the whole offense. We schemed them up pretty good. We didn't have a lot of calls put in for it. Just basic calls, just really who gonna be tougher than the other. So he's a good running back. All respect goes to him. We just had we had a rocky start. But once we locked in, like he said, we settled down and started playing our game. We really locked in and did our job. I mean, it wasn't adjustments. It was us on the field. Just the first home game, we just trying to be live about it and not really tuned in and focused for the game. And as soon as the coaches brought us back down, that's when we locked in and did everything we practiced.
Yes, sir. This week in practice, we really preached takeaways, and really going for the sacks. We didn't get to do the sack part because they ran the ball a lot, but we did get 2 sacks. But it was we definitely preached the takeaway part of the game this week in practice. Yeah, they had to drive some of these I feel like that definitely helped the momentum shift. Definitely, as a group, we ran to the ball, made plays.
No, this is a play that we had practiced all week. I was surprised I was the first one that they told me to go to that spot, but I think it was more because it was a goal line. I think if we'd been on the 50, they probably would have given it to a more agile guy. But no, it's something that we practice, and there's some plays they don't let me run because I'm not agile enough. But that one, down the goal line, I'm pretty confident. Just put my head down and getting across the goal line.
This is my first one, so I was so excited. I think that's probably why I started off a little slow. I was just so excited, juiced up. The fans was great. The atmosphere was great. The streamers, I love those things. That's a great tradition at JMU, and I'm just happy to be here.
I love playing at home, man. It's no other place like being at home. So support fans, like he said, man. It's amazing when you come out the tunnel, man, and get to walk out into this. That back to that. Just when you were able to run, that opened up anything else for the offense. I know Juwan got loose a couple of times. That contributed to that as well.
Yeah, well, a couple of times I seen the guys keying on me. So when I get the ball, I carry out my fake, and people was looking at me right in the eye, meaning that they was kind of keying on me sometimes. But when they didn't, we try to keep them honest with me pulling it and things like that. So yeah, it opened up more of the run game.
Did anybody have to tell you to just play free and just go for it and not worry about too much in front of the passer every time anybody playing?
Well, yeah, my coach manager, he stay in my ear after every drive. I come over to the headset. He was just telling me to calm down and play my game. So yeah, I credit coach manager. He does a great job of keeping me calm and motivated.
I know you came to JMU to kind of improve as a passer, but obviously that's a part of your game, running the ball.
Yeah.
How do you try to balance those two things?
Oh, well, I mean, it's something that, I'm gifted at. So something that I'm not shy to do. I'm not shy to run the ball. When the opportunity is there, I want to take advantage of it because, we need to make plays. I need to make plays with my leg and my feet. And that's what this offense built around, my leg and my arm. So.
18 carries, is that too many, or would you like to run less, or whatever?
It is whatever it takes. I mean, JMU wasn't all about just coming to pass the ball. It wasn't that. It was me, developing more in the run game and the pass game.
All right, there you have the coaches, and I'm sure the players rather, and Coach Everett Withers will make his way into the booth. There you see the press box. We're in there somewhere. There we are, waving to you. And we're waiting for Coach Withers next to come up. Vad Lee finished with 174 yards rushing today with 18 carries on the touchdown. Of course, the long of 76. Juwan Latney, a career best 106, and he got a touchdown as well. Let's join now the head coach of the Dukes, Everett Withers.
Great win. Good opportunity to win, get a game at home, win a game at home. First home game, not as pretty as you like, kind of an ugly game. Got a lot of stuff, got a lot of work to do, but proud of these kids for fighting and scratching. Again, I think I counted yesterday, there's potential of us playing 17 freshmen or redshirt freshmen. And we might have gotten to that number. I don't know if we did or not. We probably got close. So we got a young football team. Hopefully it'll keep getting better. Yeah, I think we need to be able to run the football. For us to have success, our offensive line and our run game has to be strong for us. And you know, Vad had a really good day carrying the ball. We needed for that to happen. And then, you know, we've got a number of talented backs that we can put in the game. I think they can run. So yeah, that's what we want. We want to be able to run the football. Yeah. He takes care of the football. He doesn't lay it on the ground, and he usually falls forward and gets yards. You know, and he's one of those tough, hard inside runners. When you run a spread offense, you have to have those guys. And we run inside zone that can just push the pile. And occasionally, what happens is teams get worn down, and guys like him, he isn't very fast, but he seems to get more open field runs because he's really leaning on guys all the time. So we like him because he is that. He's a tough inside runner for us. 10 penalties today. Yeah. Averaging about 9. Yeah, way too many. Don't just keep working to get better. Again, you know, penalties come in bunches sometimes. Sometimes you get none. We got to find a way to work on. Some of them are penalties because our kids are playing hard. Some of them are stupid penalties. So we have to eliminate the stupid ones, the self-inflicted ones, and continue to get better. Slow start defensively. Yep. A little bit of a playing at home, exciting playing at home. I don't like to make excuses like that. We have to continue to get better on defense. Continue to. Again, I think halftime adjustments were really well. It went really well in the locker room. Our coaches. We have a good staff. They know how to take the kids in that. You know, if something's wrong in the first half, try to fix it. And we were able to do that a little bit this game, much like last game. But we've got to start better. We've got to find a way to start better. Again, we plan for whoever the read tells to keep the ball to run it. That's what our offense is. It's a read scheme. Whoever has the ball when they're supposed to have it, when the read says keep it. Vad had it today. As opposed to, he looks about the same. Well, I think we fit the run a little bit better over there with our defensive front, and we were able to get cutback players over to the run game on that side. So, you know, again, a good halftime adjustments by our staff. A lot of the same, similar, a lot of counter runs. They actually copycatted a play from Lehigh. Some of the same stuff, and all they're trying to do is just get misfits in the front and the linebackers, which, I mean, that's what you do on 3-4 teams. And they had some success early, and we were able to fix it at halftime. Again, I think our biggest challenge for us defensively is to not have to wait till the second half to get things fixed. Let's get it fixed before the game. Let's game plan it and get it fixed before the game. Yeah. Yeah, we spent a lot of time trying to takeaways are big for us. We hadn't had many today. We got a few, and I think that was attributed to us working on it. I just think anytime you add the quarterback, we call it +1. Anytime you add the quarterback, he's a +1 runner. They have to account for him in the run game, and when he's not running, and teams can just count on your other eligibles. When they count on him as a runner, then it's going to open it up for everybody. So, yeah, for him to run the ball today was a way to open it up for some of the other runners. Well, yeah, I think it had a big part in the momentum swing of the game. You know, I thought he had a couple other runs in there that he could have made and didn't, maybe earlier in the game, but that was a big momentum swing. I think a handful of them. I can't tell you how many, but there were a handful of them that was design runs, and some of them, you know, he drops back the pass and it opens up like the Red Sea. You take off and you go, you know, and that's what he's starting to feel comfortable doing that, not having to stand back there and go complete a pass, take off and go. Were you surprised he didn't spot anybody on? No, I mean, to be honest with you, has he shown that he needed somebody to spy on him? So, you know, hopefully, I hope nobody else will spy on him. Not necessarily. I mean, again, I think our offensive staff has done a good job of kind of easing him into this offense and getting him more comfortable with certain parts of it. And now I think he's a little bit more comfortable with his role as a runner also. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to enjoy this one tonight and worry about next week and tomorrow. Well, offensively, I think we want to run the football. We want to be successful, and you know, we talk about, you know, being a offense that can control the ball with our run game, whether it be the quarterback run, the tailback runs, the wide receiver runs, whatever there are. So we want to continue to do that on offense. We've got some things to clean up on defense. I still believe we have a chance to be a good defense. We've got some things, and we have to get some people in the right places to be that. But I'm excited about some of the young guys on our team. Sure. No question. No question. I just think learning the defense, just continue to grow in the defense. Trying to get him back in the fold, trying to get him back in the game. I'd have to look at the tape. I think I'll find out that tonight and tomorrow. That was good. That was a good atmosphere. Again, I'm big on enhancing and making better. I was worried about winning the game again, so I usually don't notice a whole lot other than the team I'm playing against and our team. They can take a challenge. It's a good thing. Yeah. Sure. Right. Big. Anytime you get off the field on third down, that's huge. We were able to do that some today, and you know, anytime it's one of our plan. You know. Deals in our plan to win third down. We were able to do that today. Yeah, when we saw them on tape, we probably saw exactly what we saw on tape today. They're a very talented run team. They have a an excellent running back. They have linemen that are physical up front. Obviously, you got a head coach that's an offensive lineman in the NFL. You're going to be able to run the football. So I think they do a really good job of what they do on offense. They probably wanted to throw it a little bit more, but I mean they didn't have their guy. But that team is a good run football. I just think he's a tough, hard-nosed inside runner that can bounce it and go the distance. He's got the package to me as a tailback. Yeah, that's a buck. Yeah, well, that's a dude, man. Anytime you get a guy that runs 39 times, man, that's tough. That's tough business. He had a good day's work. Probably C. Rashad's doing some really good stuff for us. He's, one of the guys we count on is, one of the second, third, fourth receivers in his package, and we've kind of developed some things that he can do in this offense that kind of specified to him. Obviously, running some of the jet sweep plays, some of the inside receiver routes that he does a nice job of getting open and catching the ball. So. Rashad's done a really good job of developing in this offense. Hopefully we can continue to enhance him in this offense. Again, a playmaker, a guy makes plays, That's what you go recruit. You go recruit guys that make plays. Makes you a good coach, you go recruit guys that make plays. All right.
All right, Coach Everett Withers, and we do apologize for the permanent hiss there this afternoon during today's postgame. We'll try to get that fixed out. Always a few bugs as we get started each year, it seems to be. But do appreciate everybody that did stick around and listen to and watched our postgame. Hope that you enjoyed our production here on madiZONE HD SportsNet today. Again, some of the highlight numbers, Vadley with 174 yards rushing, Latney with 106 yards on the ground. The Dukes get a pick six by Jimmy, I'm calling him Jimmy Impact Moreland, as he has certainly made an impact on this team. But he is
keep him grounded, though.
Yeah,
right?
We got to keep him grounded. That was actually, I thought that was pretty funny. Vadley, keep him grounded. That's right. So maybe my tweeting about him being Impact was not the smartest thing, but he certainly has made an impact. And if he makes plays like he did in the first quarter there, recovered a fumble, was certainly good. This was a good, even though Lee had the 174 yards rushing, what I'm starting to like about this team is there are a lot of contributors. I think in all three games thus far, and particularly these two FCS games, a lot of contributors. And I think the way this offense runs, there's certainly room for a lot of folks, to contribute. So,
but speaking of contribution, one thing we didn't hear tonight a lot was Abdullah, and I'm not sure he may have been. I'm not sure if there's an injury or whatnot, because we saw a lot of Miller and Latney who are listed as 2 and 3 on the depth chart. So there might be something we don't necessarily know about
he
right
got
there.
he got banged up last week, and so they were very cautious with Gage Steele last week too. Yep. So they don't. I think that's another thing about the way this offense is. They have enough bodies to step up that they can afford the luxury, if you would, to make sure that guys are healthy. Mm-hmm. And, there have been a few guys. We did see Latney come out there in the game, but, of course, we'll find out as the week progresses on to, just how that goes. Another couple of other numbers to throw out. Sage Harold, Aaron Peak, Asenjak, and Dean Marlowe all had 10 tackles today. Wow. That's a lot of second-level tackles now. Harold, of course, a defensive end. Mm-hmm. But all of them in double-digit numbers here today. But the Dukes do win it 38-22. And next up, they will hit the road at Villanova next week, taking on Andy Talley's Wildcats there in Pennsylvania. And that, too, it's going to be a good test for the Dukes. I'm really curious to see what's going to happen next week at Villanova. That's a 2:30 start time. You can hear that on madiZONE HD SportsNet audio. Pregame coverage begins at noon on Saturday, and that's again 1 week from today.
Now the real test begins. CAA play CAA all the way till the end, save for Charlotte. But
right.
I mean, with the playoff and whatnot, I guess now these games, other games do matter a little bit. Of course, not just a run to win the conference championship, but I mean, I think some of these CAA opponents are tougher than any non-conference opponent you can schedule. So
no question, no question. And it'll be interesting. Again, when you get into conference play, it's a tough league. Still is a tough league. Some reloading here and there, but it's always and no matter what the July prognostication has, it always comes up something different. It's tough to really.
And it just has a different vibe too. Just a lot more energy and tension in the air too. I'm sure you'll see JMU come out with a lot more energy next week and whatnot.
Yep. So. On the road, though, Dukes will try to get their second road win of the season after last week's win at Lehigh. Well, Joe, thank you for joining me. Not your first madiZONE broadcast, but your first here in the football booth. Nice job. Thank you for your contributions today.
Thank you for having me. Really enjoyed it.
Joe Impact Kirkendall, and his Colorado contingent that we'll be watching and listening all season long. Thanks to all of you as well. A number of other folks that we would like to thank here today, as it certainly does take a pretty big crew to do all of this. Our thanks to John Martin, JMU Assistant Athletics Director for Athletic Communication. He's one of the co-producers, co-executive producers, along with John Salem. Our spotter and research assistant, Eric Zeberline. Our director at the other end of the booth here is John Hodges. Replay specialist today, Devin Dilla. Also, our floor director today was Amy Spring. Also, thanks always to John the Wizard Hool. If there's a problem, John can fix it. Although we didn't get to this one, but I didn't think he was available to fix the most recent one that we had here. Also, thanks to all the camera operators. Thanks to the sports information staff from St. Francis, and also to our sideline reporters, Gabrielle Smith and Autumn Morowitz. And nice job today also by Aaron Mordhorst today on our first edition of the football pregame show, which will have every home game out on Godwin Field. It was pretty fun to do that here today once we got all the little kinks out there. But it was certainly a pretty nice program to work with today. And special thanks to JMView producer Katie Wyndham and to all of you, our viewers. Once again, today's game on madiZONE was presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association, Blue Ridge Power Sports, the JMU Adult Degree Program, CarMax, the JMU Bookstore, Comcast Sportsnet, Wells Fargo, Delta Dental, Virginia Lottery, the JMU Duke Club, Virginia 529, the JMU Graduate School, Virginia Business Systems, Intellos Wireless, Virginia Blood Services, Quaker Steak and Lube, University Outpost, Papa John's, Shenandoah Valley Regional Airport, Pepsi, which is the official soft drink of JMU Athletics, and Residence Inn. So for Joe Kirkendall, Gabrielle Smith, and Autumn Morowitz, I'm Kurt Dudley. Once again, our final score here this evening, JMU with the win over St. Francis of Pennsylvania, 38-22. Good night, everyone, from Bridgeport Stadium and Zane Choker Field. This has been a madiZONE HD SportsNet feature presentation provided to you by the JMU Alumni Association.